All right. I have everybody's attention. You can take the seats. So we're going to start. My name is Danila Rygovskiy. I'm Type of Printing and Paper Art Center collections manager. Today I'm going to moderate this lovely event. First of all, I want to say that to my mind, this is the first event of this kind. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems to me that at least in Estonia or like in Baltic countries, it's maybe like one of its kind, a unique event where type designers, artists, and historians came together to explore Baltic typographic identity, to figure out what does it mean, how it's reflected in different artistic and research practices, or like in type design as well, which is also quite important. So we'll see how it will go on. But first of all, I would like to give a word to host of this conference because Estonian Academy of Arts is hosting us, and I want to invite here professor and head of graphic art and also head of graphic studio here in EKA, Liina Siib. So please, could you come here and say a couple of words?
Tere tulemast EKA-sse. Welcome to EKA. I make a few sentence intro in Estonian and then I switch to English. Mul on erakordselt hea meel, et meie akadeemia saab võõrustada konverentsi Tähtkujud metallis, mis tegeleb Balti trükiidentiteetide uurimisega. Ja siin on täna koos palju inimesi, kellega me oleme ka varem teinud koostööd ja uusi inimesi ja see sõna Constellation inglise keeles ja eesti keeles tähtkujud, et see on nii huvitav, et see nagu need konstellatsioonid, mida ma kasutaksin ka eesti keeles seda sõna, kuidagi toovad nagu vaikselt sellisel aeglasel sammul kokku üha uusi inimesi, keda huvitavad pärandtehnoloogiad ja käsiladu ja kõrgtrükk. Ja tohutult hea meel on ka öelda seda, et graafikaosakond on teinud üle 5 aasta koostööd Tartu trüki- ja paberikeskuse Typaga. Meie tudengid käivad seal iga aasta õppimas Charlotte Biszewski ja Merilin Metsamaa ja teistega. Ja samuti juba 2 korral oleme olnud ka grandihoidjateks Charlotte Biszewski ja Typa loovuurimisgrandis kultuuriministeeriumi kaudu. Nii et ja tänasel päeval on meil nii palju huvitavaid ettekandeid, ootan suure põnevusega ja soovin palju edu sellele konverentsile ja veel kord suur aitäh korraldajatele Charlotte Biszewskile ja Danila Rygovskyle. So hello, welcome to EKA. It is a great honor and pleasure to welcome you here in our academy. I am speaking on behalf of the graphic art department as well. Our collaboration with Typa in Tartu has been around already 5-6 years. Our students go every year to Typa to study there, research with Charlotte and her colleagues. And then we also our department has been the grant holder twice already. That comes from the Ministry of Culture. It's a Constellation in Metal, the Identity of Estonian letterpress before the Second World War. And it's very nice that this has evolved now to the conference the names to the conference Constellations in Metal and exploration of Baltic typographic identities. It's very nice to see here old colleagues and friends and fellow artists and designers and also new people. And I'm very glad that this community or network is slowly evolving and step by step having new members and people who are interested in heritage technologies. In this school in 1922, the department was open where young people got education in letterpress. This was led by Günther Reindorf and his colleagues, and you are most welcome to visit our department, maybe when there is the break and so on. We have an image also in our workshop where you can see really, I would say, like students 13 years old, maybe 15 years old, studying how to do letterpress. And the idea of the school was to bring people together and educate them for the creative or craft industries. And you can also see the flag of our academy on the wall, which says that Kunst on tööhing, art is the soul of labor, work, something, which I think the spirit of the initial phases of this place is still lingering here, which is quite nice. And I know some people have also called our department, the letterpress section of our department, like a museum, but this is not true because every year the students learn how to do letterpress. I have colleagues here who teach it, and this is a live technology, and more and more people are interested in it also in the era of artificial intelligence. And in these connections, I also would like to bring in the quote, which I love a lot, by Walter Benjamin. I think when we talk about letterpress and relief printing, we somehow, and reproduction technologies, we can't miss his ideas. And in his thesis for the history of philosophy, he said, the true picture of the past flits by. The past can be seized only as an image which flashes up at the instant when it can be recognized and is never seen again. For every image of the past that is not recognized by the present as one of its own concerns, threatens to disappear irretrievably. I'm very happy that we continuously are recognizing the power and ability of letterpress to speak to contemporary society. And I'm very grateful for the people who are speakers here today, Aleksandra Samuļenkova, Paweł Schulz, Laimė Lukošiūnaitė, McGuffie, Julia Syrzistie, Danila Rygovskiy, and Ivar Sakk. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you.
I will continue with my presentation. Just a moment, I need to switch slides.
That's fine.
You sure?
Yeah. Wait, no, stop.
No, this is not.
Yeah.
Maybe I should. Why doesn't switch?
One sec. No, it should do it automatically when you. This one is fine, but wait, if you do. Yeah, it's on there.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so typography is a silent field. For a long time, people were trained like in learning by doing. But of course, through time, when technology is becoming more complicated, it was not already enough, and you actually had to somehow put into words what exactly you do. And I think that ECA appeared, also Graphic Studio in ECA appeared. It was like an attempt to speak up for Estonian typographers. Because of course, if you need to teach somebody, you also need to say what exactly you're going to do. You need to formalize it and put it into language. And we can see in sources, in different sources like manuals or magazines, specialized magazines, how Estonian printers were looking for words, like compiling different dictionaries and so on. So they were trying to speak up actually. But still, this mode of tacit knowledge is common even nowadays. And maybe people who somehow related to typography in this or another way they maybe not so much formalize in written or orally what exactly they do, especially in written form. So today's conference is like trying to fill this gap. But why is it happening? Because probably type is as a form of art, like print and type, or like just type in general, a letter is a form of art, and it's supposed to speak for itself. Because yeah, you just need to be able to read it. So that's why we kind of sometimes as professionals forget to also that sometimes we need to explain what exactly is going on. Yeah, so yeah, it's important to unveil this tacit knowledge. So in Estonian, the word täht. So yeah, we want to discuss maybe like why we called our conference Constellations of Type. And in Estonian, it's tähtkuju metallist. So in the word täht in Estonian means both a star and a letter. And in spite of similarity, the two are never confused. So there is an example. One of the books that I've read recently, Irene Vallejo in Papyrus, where she writes about writing culture in antiquity. She is also using this metaphor, constellations of type. But we can compare different translations. And for example, in English, we read the alphabet of my childhood. As Irene writes, the one looking up at me now from the dark rows of my computer's keyboard is a constellation of the wandering letters the Phoenicians stowed in their ships. So yeah, she says it's constellations of letters. But what we see in Estonian, minu lapsepõlve tähestik, mida ma praegugi oma arvuti klaviatuuri tumedate riidade peal näen, on kogum hulkuma läinud tähtedest, mille fööniklased kunagi laevadel teele saatsid. So kogum, it means like a collection of letters, but not a constellation. But nevertheless, there are some similarities between the two things. There are myriads of letters as well as there are myriads of stars. Some are visible to your naked eye, like you can see the poster on a street, and some are not visible. You have to open a book. And same as with the stars, when people were trying to create maps of the sky to be able to read and to have some orientation. We can also find some an analog thing to maps of letters, and these are probably type specimen books. So they can give you some hint about the background of letters. Like there were several types of specimen books. First of all, type foundries who were producing print and type, they were creating it for printing houses as they were customers. And printing houses also printed their own specimen books, first of all for themselves, and then it really served as a map for a compositor, because they had to be, they should be able to find the appropriate typecase and then put it back when they done printing their stuff. And there were, of course, specimen books for customers. And maybe there was also the third type when you were doing it as a present for fellow printers. Yeah, and the customer, of course, could also choose this font. And then thanks to these sources, we can identify them. So nowadays, specimen books lost their social function, but still they serve. So first of all, they are beautiful pieces of typography, and second, they are very valuable historical sources that help us to navigate through this like skies of types and so on. And I think this is one of the goals of ECA, of Printing Studio of ECA and Typa Museum, to preserve this typographic heritage, make it more visible, to preserve physical collections of print and type and specimen books, other sources, and also the skill. And through recent ages, as oh, this was supposed to be the next slide. Sorry. Forgot. Yeah, but yeah, you see, and some kind of constellations, not the print and type, but yeah, it's we can imagine that this is a constellation of writing systems or styles. And yeah, Liina has already mentioned that we've been doing some projects together in recent time, and I just want to like show you some examples. So like we started actually 3 years ago with Maria Muk and Ivar Sakk. So Maria was exploring a collection of wooden type in Typa Museum. So she identified a lot of DIY wooden type that were carved locally in print shops. Some of them were created by electrolysis, when you create like a metal copy of wooden type, but it still counts as a maybe. So it's still it's meant to print posters, so that's why they were counted together. And this is important because, as far as we know, there were no like specialized type foundries in Estonia. So that's why it was exciting to like discover these things, and Ivar created, based on these findings, this modular font that you can see in the slide. Then this lovely team last year researched some monotype typesetting history in Estonia. And this was a rare machine present only in a couple of the print shops in Estonia. But we discovered that monotype letters were in other print shops, which means they were used as a for hand composing. And here you can see, so like on your left, you can see a specimen book from a print shop where the monotype machine was in use, and on the right, it's another print shop where it wasn't, and it's basically a misspelled, an example of a misspelled, mislabeled type, because it should be called Plantan, but they lost the letter somewhere. And also it's actually a mixture of two fonts because cursive is another font which is called modern. It's also monotype, but it's another one. So yeah, and I think today we see more curios just like that. And then, of course, because one monotype machine was present in Soviet time in one of the print shops, we also could see examples of that it left some traces in this book design in Estonia. And now, like the current project, Constellations of Type. Yeah, so again, it was supported by the Ministry of Culture, and our team actually remained the same, but it grew bigger thanks to Ivar Sakk and Liina Siib, who are also there. So what we do, we document the last surviving collections of metal type. It's in ECA and in Taipa. And we also trying to see how compositors were making their choices when they were printing something. And we consider, so when compositor chooses a font, they make, of course, like some practical choices, they make aesthetical choices, but it's also a social choice because this font is supposed to say something to people. It's true, we are not always able to like decipher what was the message behind it, but still it's interesting to observe the constellations and like some random findings that you can see while discovering it. And here I want to show you one of the findings. It's Baltic typeface. You probably heard about it as a Soviet typeface, but we noticed that in Estonian specimen books, Baltica was present before the Soviet typeface was designed, before 1950. And this was very curious for us. We also have a lot of like typecases with Baltica in our museum. So it looks like this Baltica was released maybe in 1920s or maybe a bit earlier. So our researchers led us to Latvia. There was a Gutenberg type foundry in Riga, probably the only independent type foundry in the region. You saw actually the specimen book before in the previous slide, so I can show it again. So it's one of the samples from this print shop. Mostly probably Gutenberg just reused German matrices in most cases, but they probably could produce their own, and Baltica looks like it was one of the cases when they created their own type, but it's still in the progress, so it needs to be confirmed. And moreover, we discovered that in later specimen books from Riga, there is also Baltica that was produced in Central Syncography. It's like another type foundry that existed in Soviet time. And this is again our Baltica, but not the Soviet one. So if we compare these two things, we see there are differences. There are some letters that look similar, and there are letters that are very different. So although there was a similar strict standard during Soviet times, there were still some surprises, so Baltic type shouldn't be taken for granted. So I'm just ready to have to finish. So yeah, I believe that this approach can be called archaeology of type as a part of industrial archaeology. And yeah, we'll see what we can do in the end. So we are also going to continue with it. There will be an exhibition, hopefully open somewhere in summer, and we're also planning to do a publication, which is not confirmed yet, but we also want to prevent the knowledge that we share today, so to stop it from disappearing, and maybe publish it in some written form. So currently we are waiting for approval from Tallinn University Press if they want to publish materials of this conference. So we'll see. We'll announce that later. But now I'm finally calling here Aleksandra Samuļenkova. You can come to front. Thank you. So could you help to switch? Because now I'm just reading who is Aleksandra. So Aleksandra is a Latvian-born type designer based in the Netherlands. She designs for Latin, Cyrillic, and occasionally Greek, and consults on the former to scripts. Aleksandra is known for her typeface pilots, one of the few contemporary type designs that has been cast in metal, as well as for award-winning Cyrillic and Greek extensions of notable typefaces such as Identities. Aleksandra also specializes in designing diacritics and special characters for the Latin script, and enjoys lecturing on the topic at various educational institutions, among others, her alma mater Type and Media Master Program at the Royal Academy of Art in The Hague. Also, for all presenters, I'm going to be showing you this cards. So, everybody has 30 minutes for presentation and 50 minutes for questions. You can use more time for your presentation, but then you will have less time for your questions. And so I have 5 minutes, 1 minute left, and when it's over, I show you this. So yeah, shush. Okay.
And just a quick note for everyone online. Hi again. Aleksandra has a lot of animations in her slideshow, so she's connecting directly. That's why the screen share has stopped. But hopefully you can see through the camera. And then when we publish this online later, we will add the slides back in.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm so excited about what I heard from Danila that I'm now completely distracted. And it took me a while to reconnect the screens. Thank you very much for being here. I'm Aleksandra Samuļenkova. Indeed, that's my name. I'm a type designer. I spent most of the days dealing with letters one way or another. I make letters, I think about letters, I give a lot of feedback on letters, and if I'm lucky, I also sometimes get to read letters in my free time at the end of the day. I am based in the Netherlands now, but I was born and raised in Riga, Latvia. And I guess that environment where I was growing up to some extent has shaped my interest within type design. So very early in my life, I've got this very concrete idea of how weighty of an issue diacritical marks can be, like a ton or two, both literally and metaphorically. And I faced practical problems caused by the diacritical marks also very early in my life. And obviously the diacritic-related problems I deal with today are not exactly the same ones as the problems I encountered when playing with those accented plastic fridge letters, plastic fridge magnet letters as a child. But surely that experience made me respect diacritics, or at least acknowledge their presence. I also happened to grow up biscriptural. I grew up using two writing systems. So I was surrounded by a diacritically rich Latin script for the Latvian language everywhere around me, but there was also Cyrillic for the Russian language, which I spoke at home. And at the time when I was growing up in Latvia, there was still some vestiges of Cyrillic in the public space left over from the Soviet occupation. And to this day, the idea of what good Cyrillic looks like is very much shaped by a very dominant Russian Cyrillic school of thought. And because of that, the expectations of the average Cyrillic reader are still heavily influenced by that idea. But Russian school dismisses particular qualities of the Bulgarian, Serbian, Ukrainian Cyrillic, and it reduces them to just local preferences. In the best case, or in the worst case, it just simply labels them as wrong or amateur. So that has to change eventually. And what keeps me up at night is the question of what it would take to change this status quo. because changing the habits of the general reader is not easy. So I won't talk about decolonizing Cyrillic today, but I will talk about changes in readers' preferences in another context. Anyway, so I design Cyrillic a lot, I consult on Cyrillic a lot, and while I have absolutely no legitimate reason to do so, I also design Greek sometimes. And this gives me a comprehensive view of what that whole nativeness in type design issue is. Because I know how a native type designer feels when seeing their script treated by a non-native colleague. But I also know how it feels to be that non-native colleague. And by now, I'm quite aware of my limitations when it comes to the Greek script. And when I'm out of my depth, I ask my very kind and generous Greek colleague, Irina Blahu, to help me. And she does, luckily. So because of my audacity regarding the Greek script I'm not native to, I ended up with this wonderful job of designing the Greek part of the facade of the new library of University of Amsterdam. And I know that my excitement about this project is disproportionate to my actual contribution, because contribution is rather small and my excitement is very big. But type designers, we rarely see our work reproduced at this scale. If letters you worked on have to be brought by trucks, it does something to you, So Eric van Blokland is the mastermind behind this project. He is a Dutch type designer. He designed the typeface, to which I designed the Greek extension, but he also handled this very challenging wrapping around the building layout. And yeah, at his invitation, I did modern and classical Greek, and Irene was also, she had my back on this, luckily. As you can see, the letters are technically lowercase. They feature lowercase construction, but they also have this very short extenders, short ascenders and descenders, and very compact diacritics so that they can fit between the structural bars. So there is a very physical constraint in this case. And, classical Greek has a lot of diacritics, and it was quite a challenge to make them present within those constraints. And there was some compromises that had to be made, but that is diacritics for you. And diacritics are a challenge, not only in classical Greek, but also in our very own Latin script. It is pretty much an ongoing struggle for type designers and typographers, so for type makers and for type users, to make sure that diacritics are visible, because they have to be. They're there for a very good reason, yet that they don't stick out too much, like literally stick out, because then they start interfering with other letters or with elements of layout or worse, architecture. So accents often require more space between lines of text, which affects design decisions when working with many Latin-based languages, which I'm pretty sure many of you know from experience very well. And one can apply some tricks to keep the accents above the letters within the X height. You can make the base letter lower, and that will allow tighter leading, but for the diacritics below the letter, it's a more challenging task. Again, Latvian, Lithuanian, Estonian, Polish colleagues probably know this really, really well. Not Estonian, though, just you guys are lucky not to have anything dangling below. You only have things above, so that's good. So Latvian, Lithuanian, Polish. And I'm personally, I'm not a stranger to that struggle, because I happen to do quite some graphic design for various artistic events and institutions in the Baltics, in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. And the challenge of dealing with this diacritically rich orthographies is not hypothetical for me. I actually, since Kogo exists in Tartu, the art gallery, I did and I'm doing graphic design for it, and I never knew that Typa is like around the corner there. That's just ridiculous. But yeah, so this is the one of my favorite projects. It happened last year, Silver Girls show at the Vilnius Art Gallery, and it had three curators from Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania, and it was about early 20th century Baltic female photographers. Guess what? It was full of diacritics, and now it also won annual art award of Latvia, which I feel that I contributed to that. Anyway, as a user of type, I always knew that the state of the Latin beyond the basic A to Z, so the basic Latin alphabet, that this state can be improved in the fonts I was using. So around 10 years ago, I decided to contribute to that improvement, and I collected, systematized, and illustrated information and opinions on the extended Latin, and I offered a workshop, a type Cooper, and somehow since then, you know, it all was a little bit it escalated quickly, because I think it's tapped into a need within the type design community, because now I teach on the subject in many places, including my well-loved typing media alma mater master program at the KMK in The Hague. So nowadays, many type design institutions, they do pay attention to script other than Latin, which is great. But when it comes to the Latin itself, the focus is still mostly on the basic alphabet, basic A to Z. And I can understand that. The Latin writing system has grown into such a vast and complex entity. One can be perfectly native to one corner of it, but absolutely clueless about what is happening, like with the accents 2 blocks away. And I think, well, I still think that covering at least European languages in a reasonable way is not too much to ask of the industry. So my very first and my very practical piece of advice to students is to choose the vertical position of the dot on the I cautiously, and while keeping in mind the hundreds of future diacritics that will depend on that decision. Because you set your dot on the I too high, and then once you start designing the rest of your diacritical marks, you will see that this decision, well, you'll pretty much will have to change it, or you will have to suffer, or the users of your font will have to suffer. Because, you know, the range of the vertical position for the dot and the I, it's a range. We can set it higher, we can set it lower. It looks fine. But the range for the diacritical marks, it's also a range, but it's a much smaller one. You cannot set the diaresis, the 2 dots, as high as you can theoretically set the dot and the I. It will look ridiculous, and then you will have to choose what is the lesser evil, to have that discrepancy in height, or a diacritic sitting too high. So yeah, one usually defines the dot and the I early in the design process, and you just have to remember that any extravaganza that you indulge in while doing that, you'll have to pay for it later. Diacritics stick out not only vertically, but also horizontally, and I try to point my students and colleagues to potential problem areas. And the accented letters I usually are the culprits there. The shape and position of the accent in relation to the base glyph is something to consider very carefully. However, funnily enough, it's not always about subtleties in shape of the diacritical mark. You probably know that, again, from your own experience, but if we see something with roughly the expected weight and silhouette in the area where we anticipate an accent, we usually will be happy to recognize it as such an accent, especially if the context supports that perception. So again, we rely very heavily on context when reading. So without any context, you might think that all these diacritical marks shown on these photos are macrons, accents shaped as a horizontal line above the letter, used in the Latvian language, among others. However, once you know that the languages are Czech and Portuguese, it becomes clear that they're actually an acute and a tilde. And tilde, I noticed also here in Tallinn and in Tartu that it's often simplified to one line because it's a complex shape. You don't want to deal with it and you want to be more definitive, so you simplify it to the shape of one stroke. And funnily enough, Latvians who actually featured and Lithuanians, sorry, I forgot Lithuanians, apologies. I noticed that in Latvia, people often try to do something funny with the macron because it's somehow too simple. We want somehow to decorate it extra. So I usually love showing this slide, but today it's particularly appropriate because these are two covers from around 100 years ago. One on the left is the Latvian alphabet book cover featuring a macron that looks like a tilde. And the one on the right was an Estonian cover with an O with a tilde shaped like a macron. So we can see that there's some shift in preferences. And funnily enough, since there is no tilde in Latvian and no macron in Estonian, this liberty taken by a designer in the shape of the diacritics might seem somewhat eccentric, but one couldn't say that it's unreadable, the context. But one has to be careful because there are plenty of orthographies where two or more accents can be used on the same base glyph. To mention Estonian, O with diaresis, O with tilde. I think Z with a dot and Z with an acute in Polish, Romanian A breath with A with circumflex. So in those cases, context will still most likely help you to differentiate between this similar accent on the same letter. But in case of toponymics or names, you may want the accents to be distinct enough in shape. And then there is this particularly treacherous trap for type designers, the handwritten shapes of extended Latin letters. Because we all know that Latin letters can have two different constructions in upright and italic, but not everyone knows, apparently, and sometimes it's forgotten, that there is this third construction, which is handwritten constructions. It's taught in schools usually, and often it looks different from both upright and italic. And in most cases, you cannot really guess it unless you know it. There is always some logical explanation why this construction looks like that in handwriting, but again, you cannot guess it. So for the Polish L with a slash, the slash goes on top in handwriting because otherwise it will be confused easily with a T. And with a Latvian G with a comma accent. So in handwriting, that comma accent goes on top, and it becomes a Karen, the little bird. Or, yeah. And my theory is that writing briefly a inverted comma is not a very natural movement. So since Karens were already existing on other letters in the Latvian orthography, that was somehow also adopted for that letter. And as I mentioned before, those handwritten constructions are taught in schools, and they often resurface in the context that are, strictly speaking, wrong for them, incorrect. So Latvian speakers are so familiar with the handwritten form of the G with a comma accent they're so familiar with the Karen on top of it because that's what they learn in schools. So if you ask them to draw a printed letter, they will most likely render it with a Karen on top. And even some native graphic designers are sometimes a little bit confused or unaware of what accent actually goes and where on that letter. And I'm not surprised because if even a school book can be quite confusing on that matter because you can see that the school book, it just taught the children to write it with a Karen top, and then there is this anthropomorphic interpretation of the letter, and what do you do with that accent? Like, should it be dangling below, or probably you want it on top? So it's not always easy to tell whether a typeface, a design requires a handwritten or a teleconstruction. And in some cases, both may be appropriate. You cannot draw the line really, but so these letters are clearly calligraphic in nature. But accent, it doesn't look wrong there at all. You can see that the descending tail of the G poses a problem for accent placement, for which there is no idea. Comma accent overlaps. If accent overlaps with the tail there, it will definitely create a very dense area. And if it's placed below, then the vertical spacing is like increased dramatically. By the way, these letters are from the collection of the National Library of Latvia, and it's a Latvian rendition of the typeface. There are many names, but Troubadour, Butterfly, Schönschrift, Mozart, Donatello, and others. And what I'm trying to do is to understand whether this particular metal font originated from a pre-war Latvian foundry, was imported back then, or whether it arrived or was produced in Latvia already during Soviet occupation. And I'm wondering if it could have come through two-part Dresden, since they published the Troubadour version of this typeface earlier in the 20th century. So if anyone has any leads, I would really appreciate them. Well, in some cases, the native readers will rightfully expect handwritten shape, as in this advertising campaign for a shopping mall. So the original typeface here features the upright structure of the accent, but unfortunately, that is how most script-like typefaces are done. They ignore the true handwritten shapes of the standard Latin letters. So a local graphic designer replaced it with the expected accent in the actual campaign, and they borrowed that from another letter. So I have proof, receipts. So sometimes I advocate for diacritics in extravagant ways, which is a questionable practice, but anything to everyone pay attention to diacritics. Less love and attention than they should, than they deserve, and they're frequently seen as part of the production process, while they should belong to the design process, I believe. And improperly designed diacritics will compromise a typeface for native users. So here comes the legitimate question. What are properly designed diacritics? Who gets to decide that? Maybe it's a self-proclaimed authority with a loud voice, and that is indeed often the case. But there are also, luckily, rationally explainable guidelines. For example, if you design the accent this way, it will not collide with other letters, or it will collide less. Or that way, this letter won't appear too dark in smaller sizes. I love those. Those are solid. But there are also expectations of the general reader, because in our profession, we rely heavily on the habits of the reader. And how do you learn about such expectations? Well, you still, to a large extent, you have to rely on the native designers who grew up surrounded by many manifestations of that letter to bring that common idea of what the letter looks like to you. So the more native designers have confirmed a certain practice, the more confident I am to pass it on, because then I'm more confident that it's indeed a common one. And I like a certain degree of consensus here, because individual native authorities, those with a loud voice, can hold very specific opinions that are not necessarily representative. What we should trust is shared convention rather than someone's preference. So what shift the preferences of a general reader? To quote Susanna Lichko, the eminent Slovak American type designers and co-founder of Emigre, you read best what you read most. And she argues that the letter shapes we read most easily are those we have read many times before. So in other words, reading comfort depends mostly on the reader's habit and to a lesser degree on the objective virtues of the letter shapes. Her maxim is occasionally inverted. We read most what we read best, meaning that we gravitate towards letter shapes that are comfortable for us to read, and therefore we read them more often. So it's a typographic chicken and egg situation. But I would like to propose a third scenario. We read best what we are motivated to read, because whole communities, large groups of people may be willing to drastically change their reading habits over a relatively short time period, provided that they're sufficiently motivated. The orthography reform of the Latvian language might serve as an example of such a shift in the preference of the general Latvian reader. So at the turn of the 20th century, many parts of Europe experienced a strong rise in national consciousness, which led to the formation of several new states after the First World War. This process had a similar pattern across different countries, and alongside major political and cultural changes, there were orthographic reforms introduced almost everywhere. Latvia was no exception. And during that time, written Latvian underwent two important changes: the switch from black letter to Roman type, and the replacement of the old German-based orthography with a new phonemic one. A phonemic orthography is an orthography in which one sound is represented by one letter, not a cluster of 2, 3, or 4 letters. And despite of the typographic challenges that diacritics bring, this introduction really allowed many nations, including Latvians, to represent their native languages in writing more precisely than ever before. So this is how written Latvian looked for most of its existence. German missionaries introduced an adapted version of German orthography for written Latvian in the 16th century, and you can see it's set in black letter. It has many slash letters. A circumflex accent is present, and the spelling is heavily based on the German orthography. For a long time, the Baltic Germans were the region's land-owning and ruling elite, and in the spirit of the Enlightenment era, they also worked on the development and systematization of written Latvian. And given the fact that the local population was relegated to a very subordinate position, many of them were serfs, the Baltic Germans predictably became the sole authority on the subject of written Latvian. So here's a quote by Gottfried Friedrich Stender, a highly respected historical figure in Latvia. He was a Baltic German pastor, Lutheran pastor, who believed in Enlightenment ideals and did a great deal for the Latvian language. But there is some paternalism that we can sense from the text. So here he complains, even he realized that the German orthography was not quite suitable for the Latvian language, a completely different language. Here he complains that poor farmer's boy has to spell a syllable, J, but he needs too many letters, and it would be much simpler to spell it with just 2 letters. So the slashes, as you can see, they look quite eccentric, especially because of the double consonants, and that virgule, it's called virgule, and it was common practice to mark variations of the basic Latin letters in this way, not only for Latvian, but also for other languages. And I think the Polish L with a slash has survived to this very day. And it seems that Polish and Lithuanian ogonek, nosine, originated from the same practice. And it used to be a virgule, but then maybe in handwriting it became an ogonek. Colleagues, please let me know if you know more. So not every black letter font contained the letters that were needed, even for the old orthography. So there were some curious examples. And this is a school primer featuring both black letter and Roman type. And here is why. Please bear with me. So in the 19th century, the territory of Latvia was still part of the Russian Empire, but Baltic Germans were in charge for most of cultural, political, economical process in the region. But when the serfdom was abolished in the Russian Empire, Latvians were allowed to move to and settle in the cities, and a new class of Latvian intelligentsia gradually arose, and predictably the cultural authority of the Baltic Germans began to fade. And black letter itself became some kind of a symbol of a cultural dominance exercised by the Baltic Germans, because at that time, young educated Latvians, they already wanted to take over control of Latvian linguistic matters from the Baltic Germans, but the Baltic Germans weren't easily accepting that, because they considered themselves those great guardians of the Latvian culture and Latvian language. So Roman types became very progressive. But you want to teach your kids to learn everything that they might encounter, so that's why both styles are there. This is the very first edition of the Latvian epic poem Typefaces. It's printed after Latvians founded their own Riga Latvian society, and they developed an orthography project which suggested the abolition of black letter typefaces and replacement of clusters of letters with diacritical marks underneath. Jan Hus, the Czech thinker and philosopher, and the Orthographia Bohemica, and I'm now just trying to make it a little bit shorter, everything. So the Latvians and Lithuanians were also quite influenced by Professor Josef Zubate, the Czech professor, who introduced pretty much the Karen was introduced by him. He was also in letter exchange with Karlis Mielenbachs, one of the founders of Latvian linguistics and lexicography. So in 1908, the Scientific Committee of the Riga Latvian Society established an orthographic commission to oversee the reform of Latvian spelling. And the general public became involved in the debate through the press and showed considerable enthusiasm for the issue. And this article printed actually already with Roman types. You can see, and at the end, the authors apologized that the letter case didn't have all the letters that needed, so we used other letters. Okay, I will skip. But so in the First World War and the hardships of the war, of course, did not benefit the typographic development. But in 1922, there is the official decree signed by the Prime Minister of Latvia as a state, because in 1918 Latvia declared its independence, and this is a new orthography now. It's even more official, and you can see that even after that reform, the diacritics were not consistent, and also the orthography itself was just dependent on what was in the printer's case. And the school primers were even worse now, because they featured not only black letter, but also new orthography and old orthography in Roman type and the handwriting. But to wrap up my story, so one expects that the idea of a legible and readable typography will change rather slowly. But the Latvian orthography reform and the implementation of Latvian diacritics is a case study of such shift happening relatively quickly. Because striving for independence, Latvians chose to change their reading habits drastically as a community. And I find it inspiring, because our habits are not fixed constraints. We as community can choose to accept the new ideas, and sometimes we read best what we are motivated to read. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Alexandra, for this wonderful talk. So I don't know, can we, yeah, so we still have some time for questions. Maybe you can stay a little bit here. Where does it go? Here. Okay, I'm just gonna return the Zoom. What?
Questions?
Yeah, so any questions from the audience, please? Yes, please.
So you mentioned just so you can maybe go a bit more in detail. It was so interesting to hear about the reform of the type design or
Typography, yeah.
typography and the diacritics. So it was like a formal sort of from the government level downward decision.
That is. Thank you. That is a good question. Well, yes, but it happened. So Latvia became independent in 1918, right? Until then, the Latvians, the Latvian community, it didn't really have governmental bodies. Well, there was this Riga Latvian society, right? But yet, that community managed to come up with an idea that we need a new way to represent our language, because the language itself was an important part of the national identity, but also the way it's represented in writing became also a crucial part. So, but it's easy to push onto people something as a government, right? You own the printing presses and everything, so you can make them read whatever you want as a government. But I love the idea that it came within the community, right? From inside, rather than, yeah.
Is it related to literacy? Like, would there'd be more teaching of Latvian in schools and kids learning at that time?
Yeah, and it's
so you can that they were able to push through this.
Yeah.
As children grew as well.
Yeah, absolutely. No, but it's indeed like as serfdom was abolished and the Latvians, they were allowed to move to cities. Indeed, they conducted businesses. They started to get education themselves, send their kids to school, and for a long time it was also that being educated meant being Germanized. Yeah, because but then those Latvians who got that education, they thought, hey, wait, we can do that actually Latvian also. Yeah, we can and then you need print and way to represent the language. Of course, it also went parallel with the development of the literally Latvian language. And again, Professor Josef Zubati, the Czech colleague, he was ardent advocate for Czech literary language, and I think there was quite some exchange going on there as well. So yeah, literacy is indeed.
Anybody else wants to?
I have a question about just from general knowledge about the organic, because it's very elusive in my research of type specimens. And I was wondering if you've ever come across it being sort of missing in metal type, for example, and what would be the practices that would recreate it or, put it on there within the letterpress workshop, for example?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't know much about organic, but there was this practice of Übersetzer, the ones that you can, piece accents that you like, that you could attach to the main base letter and use it as a. But I don't know if it would work for an organic, which is supposed to be connected, right? Then that doesn't really work. I'm sorry, with organics, I'm not organics. I'm not quite. Don't have much in mind.
As far as I'm aware, maybe somebody will correct me. The organic never had disconnected access to the other stuff.
Interesting.
I think it's still also quite like there are very few requirements for diacritics. I mean, everything depends on the context, but I think the fact that organic should be always attached, that's still a very valid thing, right? That's Thank you. Sorry for
any more questions. We still have time for more questions. Maybe until you think I can use my privilege. So like Alexandra's talk made me think that like this diacritics and in general writing style that we're still using, it was actually somebody else's choice, not type designer's choice. So they like they were smart choices to make like easier the writing system and like reading and all other stuff easier. For example, if in case of Latvian, it was Learn Society who made these choices, then it's interesting that, for example, in Estonia, the tilde that you have, it's actually it was a compositor who eventually decided that it will be done so because like usually we talk about Otto Massing. It was a Baltic German pastor and the teacher who was promoting this idea of because it was marked differently in writing, and it was very confusing because they were using other letters like O or E, so it could be easily mixed up how you need to read the word. And Massing was thinking quite a lot how this UI should look like, and his ideas were quite complicated, but he didn't like how it looked in printed form. So eventually there was a guy in the print shop who just said, well, maybe you can put like this Greek tilde on top of O, and this is how it took its form eventually. Yeah.
So directly from Greek.
Yeah, it was a Greek circumflex that,
Yeah.
Because I think they were used to print something in Greek, and yeah, that was just like a common practice because in Greek it's not a letter, it's something that you add.
Not Greek. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like supposed to make like a nasal sound or something, but
breathing.
Yeah. So it's the same as in Portuguese that you don't have an actual letter, but you need to mark some sound changes with it. Yeah.
It's funny. You're very lucky, Estonians, that there was an actual person who knew how to print involved in that choice, because in that orthographic committee there were painters and linguists and all kind of cultured people, but no one with practical knowledge of like making letters or using letters. So that's I think there, yeah.
Yeah, and that leads me to my question actually. So it was an introduction, but so imagine if you would be in that committee, or like now you would have to change something. Like would you do the same choice? Would you use the same diacritics for Latvian, or would you make something different?
You mean if I would go back, or if I would all of a sudden have the right to change things to my liking now?
Maybe let's talk about nowadays. Maybe it's a bit.
Now I wouldn't change anything because I believe in readers' habit, and I believe that what defines the comfort of reading. If I went back, women were not allowed, so you know.
Well, but anyways, you like what do you think in general? Like, is it in a good way? Because again, comparing with Estonian, like we don't use macrons, we have double vowels,
yeah.
To so that how the sound should last. Yeah.
You know, again, you asked me for like objective virtues, right? What is better objectively? But I don't think there is an objective way of thinking about it, because again, it's like what you're used to, you will read more easily, and in that sense, I think that since you guys are used to double letters and we are used to macrons, that is what it will be. But I'm a big fan of phonemic orthography, so maybe I will that's one vote to the Latvian way of doing that, because it's a long sound, but still it's one sound. So I want one letter to represent it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
So maybe that yeah.
I see. Yeah. It's all valid. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I think we should go on. Thank you. And until we switch the presentations and computers, it's my pleasure to invite Paweł Schulz here. So Paweł is a freelance designer from Poland. He obtained the master's degree in typeface design from the University of Reading in 2022. And 2023, his multi-script typeface family Asia won the Student Type Director Club Award. He also worked on the AA Sans typeface with the F37 Type Foundry. In 2024, he began a year-long volunteer project with Typa. So when he finished it successfully. But he's still with us. One of the outcomes of this work was the museum font database, which he continues to develop, and we gonna hear a lot about it, I believe. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Right. Hope this should work. So the title of my presentation today is Digital Type Initiatives in Museum Setting. And partially the reason for this title is I couldn't really find a better term for what we did for the past year that would connect everything into one singular narrative. I'm going to say sorry in advance that there's going to be a lot of projects that might seem a bit random, and I'm going to jump through things, but they're going to hopefully later connect into one cohesive thing. So please bear with me. The main theme of this presentation is going to be mostly the tools and frameworks that build on top of each other, rather than a one specific thing that you do in this museum setting. And if we're talking, as the title is, the museum in the museum, so the museum's question obviously is the Taipa that is located in Tartu in Estonia. Most of you probably know it. Some of you've probably been there. But for people online as well, I would like to just say it's the biggest paper making and printing museum in Baltic region. We often during the tour say the next biggest thing is in Łódź in Poland. I don't think that's true. I think Taipa is bigger. There's probably something further away that is as big as Taipa. And Taipa has obviously the very wide collection of casters, types, and presses, and it's a living museum. So everything that Taipa stands for is actually working with all these machines, producing new things, not letting them just sit in boxes and in some archives. And when I arrived to Taipa, one of the first projects that I did was a really small test run for doing a wooden type. It was a wooden type for printing on fabric. And one of the issues in Taipa was back then that actually printing on fabric can destroy letter. During the workshops, you can press it too hard, it can be damaged. So what do you do? So we developed something that we were not afraid to destroy, and that was actually purposefully designed for the workshops. So it was more of a fun thing, not a very serious typeface. And that kind of led me this project towards archiving and towards documenting what Taipa actually has. It's a foreshadowing for what's going to come next, but this was a very primitive setup for documenting types that Taipa have. So it's just a camera on a tripod, really not a macro lens. So the quality is really bad. And this was the first setup was done in production area. So behind me, there were just like people running around and actually trying to do something. And I'm just there with a camera, kind of interrupting their work. But this served as a background for as images that were used for designing this typeface. So this is the image on the left is the image in my font design software Glyphs. And the pictures that I've taken for this project, which were at different letters from different fonts in Taipa, served as a background for this kind of collage revival type. And the image on my left is the image in CAD software. So if you want to actually do something with the digital type and make it a wooden font, you actually need to bring it to a different software, to a software that allows you for cutting, for preparing a physical object. With this simple setup, we went to the cutting, and this is obviously with probably some of you know Jürgen, which is the machine specialist in Typa, who actually takes care of the monotypes and allows for those wonderful wooden type projects to happen. So we cut this small typeface on a CNC that is present in Typa, and we were able to actually produce workshops with it. So again, this is very informal type. It's actually a bunch of letters that were present in the museum that are put together into this thing that is inviting play rather than serious things. This is how it looks. Again, everything varies. The height of the letters, the baseline isn't really there. You can play around with it and do something interesting. And the way people connected those letters were through the tape. So it was really unserious. It was very quick, dirty. It wasn't actually properly typeset on a frame. But again, it allowed for very quick things to do for people visiting a museum. And here's some things that were produced with this typeface by the visiting people. One anecdote I can tell is at one point we didn't do forms for one of the events in Typa, and just 100 people came during the day for the workshops, and it was quick enough that they actually were able to still print with this typeface without much of a guidance from us, people who are actually knowledgeable about it. And again, sorry for a little bit of disconnection, but you'll see that one thing hopefully leads to another. So as I was saying, I was started to take pictures of type available in Typa. I was kind of thinking back then about, oh, maybe I should do some research. I should definitely do some research. I should definitely do some typeface based on this research. And what do you do first if you are interested in a font or a specimen? You ask people. And you go into the rabbit hole. What is this font? What is this specimen? And where can I find it? Where is this thing? Where is that thing? And surely somebody knows in this museum where things are. And the thing is, knowledge gets scattered. Knowledge can be, some of the knowledge was on the local museum drive. We used Trello, so there was some knowledge in some old cards in Trello in the Typa. There were Google Sheets, there were drives. There was a Flickr which documented a lot of stuff that was going on in the museum. And I think if you've worked in a smaller to mid-size institution, this might be very familiar to you, where you just don't, everybody has something, everybody's has some part of the knowledge. And very common was just person X probably knows about it. So somebody just knows, and you're supposed to go to them and ask. The one thing that Typa used then, it's, you might maybe know this this website. It's a MUIS, museum portal for Estonia. I'm not Estonian, so if I'm saying some facts about it wrong, please correct me. But it's basically like a national online archive for different museums, different institutions, where they can upload their stuff there. And it's great for some things, but it has a lot of limitations. It's first of all, the one of the basic things is you cannot really link your institution. So let's say I want to share Typa collection, entire Typa institution. I cannot just copy a link and put it into the chat and say, oh, this is Typa, which is kind of ridiculous, I think. And it's very problematic. And the other thing is obviously is designed for everything. So every kind of collection needs to fit it. It doesn't matter if it's type, it doesn't matter if it's machines, it doesn't matter if it's some other stuff. So I think this picture is very emblematic of how knowledge just sometimes exists in institutions. I really like it because it's like really nicely done research. People from Newfound Type probably recognize this piece of paper. It's a description of the Allegro typeface that we have in Typa. That was research. It was great research, really nice project. And then it just ends up in a drawer as a piece of paper that describes something. And if you don't know that this piece of paper is there, you're just not going to find it. It becomes kind of a problem. Doesn't mean that there weren't some efforts to combat entropy in Typa. This is really monumental work that was done before me. It's by Melin Matsema, who is here, and she tried to catalog quite successfully a lot of types that we have in our collection. So this was kind of a jumping point for the further development of tools. Yeah, it was very valuable, but there were some things that you quickly notice if you're type designer that maybe you want to correct, maybe you want to structure a little bit differently, maybe you don't really want to sort things by language, Estonian, Russian, maybe script would be a better term, and to sort it by scripts, maybe what is the specification and style in this context. If I remember correctly, in this sheet, there was under style, there was a Gothic, but there wasn't much else there. So there was a little bit of confusion sometimes. And again, not to criticize it, it was great start. It's just something that we could improve. So I decided, hey, yeah, I'm going to start a database. Surely it's a quick short-term project. I was not a programmer before this, so it was very naive for me to think. But I wanted to, point a few things that I thought would be nice to actually catalog and to actually collect as the data points. And that's the font families, the font objects, which I'm going to explain a little bit later, specific physical glyphs. So again, if you've seen me before, I was taking the pictures of actually every letter. It would be nice to have some reference for some designers to use later for revival projects or something else of a metal type. Some entities, and entities in this place means just companies or people. So for example, a legal institution, ECA could be an entity, and it could be something that we describe in the database. So printed objects, mostly specimens, but posters, but some other things, and relations. That's the basics for this project, where I just want things to connect. I want the typefaces to connect to specimens. I want the people to connect to typefaces as authors, for example. So that's really something interesting. So this is the first view that you get when you enter the database. It's already live. It's at the moment an internal tool. So I'm sorry, it's we can show it to you probably, but we're not yet ready to show it to everyone publicly. But as you enter the database, you can see the overview of all font families of all the fonts that are present in the database. So you can quickly see what you're looking for. Maybe you only want to see this typeface. And you can go to this table, which is all the font objects that we have in the museum. And font object is a very broad definition. It can be actually a metal font. It can be a plastic font. It can be also a monotype matrix. So it's not just physical type, but it can be a little bit broader. And every font objects need to be attached to some font family. So it cannot just float by itself. If you're adding font object, you need to add also a type family. And if you remember the table that I've showed before, there are a few changes here. There's a script now. There's styles, which are a tag system. So I was quite pondering a little bit, what should the descriptors be for the typeface? You want to see some sans serif and an italic, for example. And we ended up with the simplest possible solution, which I think it's just not really, you cannot really criticize it too much. It's just tag system. If you want italic, you can add tag of italic. If you want a sans serif, you can add sans serif tag. If you click on a specific font family, you can actually see all the font variants that we have in the museum. It's down there in the bottom. You can see some descriptors like release dates, some internal stuff. I didn't look if this is correct. It's our internal thing. So if there is something wrong in this slide, I'm putting somebody else under the bus. I'm really sorry for this small fact. But yeah, you can also see some entities, which I'm going to, as I told you, it's some people or companies, and you can set, for example, oh, this entity is where this typeface originates from, or this is some designer or something else connected to it. And you can also add glyphs. So you can add specific glyphs that you attach to font objects. And what you can add here is the pictures of the glyph. You can say how many glyphs we have in the museum. So if you're typesetting, you actually know, oh yeah, will not have enough A's to typeset this specific thing. And you can add Unicodes. For those who don't know, Unicode is kind of computer's way of communicating what this glyph is. Every letter has a Unicode. So for example, A has specific Unicode, B has specific Unicode, C has specific Unicode, and it's universal. So I'm going to talk also a little bit later why we're adding the Unicodes. And if you click on a specific font object, you can actually see all the glyphs that are attached to this font object. You can see printed specimens. You can see the families that are contained in this specimen, so which is really nice. Or you can do it the other way around. You can say, I'm looking at this family and I want to see all the specimens that are connected with it. So this is a really nice just tool for research where you can like immediately see what's there. And you can do collections, which was hopefully how I will use this tool to publish things online for other people to see. But you can collect stuff into boxes called collections. And this is kind of a joke slide, but this is kind of the amount of stuff we have there right now. It's just all the type objects and all the type families that are present in the database right now. I have like this small tool that takes screenshots automatically from the website, and it just said, no, we need to split it into multiple screenshots because it's too big for me as a plugin. So it's quite big right now. And we upgraded our setup. It's still very, very primitive in a way. But that's also the thing, if you're in an institution that maybe doesn't have money for everything, it doesn't want to throw millions at you, but then you just use whatever you have. And for example, Jürgen, which I mentioned before, allowed us to use his camera, his lens and his macro rings, which had some issues that I'm going to address later. But this is the type that we are able to catalog now. This is 32 points. So it might sound big, but it's actually quite small type. And the details are high enough that I can show it to you now. And this is my trials at home of trying to take pictures of 9 point. So I hope we'll be now able to very soon to do a really tiny type to show it to you. Yeah, so this is just trials and error and homemade stuff, not really having a budget. And I mentioned printed objects, and I'm very happy to, oh no, sorry, yeah, I forgot. Here I wanted to say about this one filter that's on top, and it's organizations. So previously, when I actually started this project, it was supposed to be only typa stuff. It was actually supposed to be only font objects. So pretty much translating this one table to just something digital where I can access it online and other people can access it online. So right now we have organization filter where you can say, oh, I only want to see stuff that is present in this specific organization. And one of the reasons why we developed it is now because we're integrating ECA's collection, type collection into this database, which is really exciting. I think it's a wonderful stuff that we can work with our institution with this tool. If anybody is interested in the backend, so on what I built it, you can take a screenshot. I'm not going to ponder on it a little too much. Yeah, but I wanted to highlight also a few tools that are present in the database. I don't sadly have enough time to talk about everything, but one of them that is really exciting, that is already the part of the database, is the UFO generation. And UFO is Unified Font Object. It's just a file for font software. So you can, it's just like PSD is for Photoshop, right? So I can open and edit this file in the font software. And you can actually use our database to download a UFO file of a specific typeface, and the database will generate for you a font file with all the images in the background of the letter that you would maybe want to revive, maybe you want to do something else with it, which was really useful for a few other things. But this is also the reason why we decided to add Unicodes, and we're quite strict about don't add stuff without Unicode if you don't have to. Again, excuse me a little bit for jumping, but it's going to all connect. The other tool that's right now is present, it's not part exactly of the database, but it's part of the project, is the step models generator script. And it's just, the step models are models for CAD. So you remember I mentioned that there is the software, which is very technical, that you need to cut letters. It's just kind of this middle point between font design software and then cutting a physical letter. So previously, when I was making this wooden type, I had to make every glyph by hand in this CAD software, and it's horrible. It's really unintuitive. It's not for type designers at all. And just setting the metrics, so let's say left margin and right margin of a letter correctly, it is a struggle. It's very difficult to do it by hand. So this is not my font. This is a font by Stefano Balderasi, and I hope I said his surname correctly, but but it was a nice font to test actually the script that I developed for generating from the font files, TTF files, actual step models. So this is project by Louis McGuffie, who actually used the script. I think it's a really nice test case because it shows how quickly you can do stuff. This is a project which contains 4 families across 4 different sizes and a lot of glyphs. Basically, with the script, we can generate models for the cutting in a few minutes, what previously took me weeks. So this process is really sped up. And this is the example of the typeface that was produced with this script and by Louis, this one, which is going to talk a little bit more about probably. Recent addition, for example, was the ability to cut in the same size different heights of the letters, which was really nice for diacritics. So we're trying to improve. Previously, you had to actually design it either as a separate size or either as something else. And all those tools that I previously mentioned now start to connect a little bit to the revival workshops that we had the opportunity and pleasure to host here in ECA. And this was really exciting. If I would say I'm proud of one thing here, it's the results of the students from the workshops. So if you remember the UFO generator and all the files that we were able to produce with the images in the background, we hosted a workshop here where students, first year art students, were able to try their strengths in reviving a typeface from archives of Typa. And I must say type software is really hard, especially the RoboFont, which I thrown at them, and I was really proud that they didn't suffer too much through it. But later, from the images that they produced from the revivals, we were able to cut a new type, a revived typeface. And with help of Charlotte, who was later doing the letterpress, sorry, I don't remember the name of the teacher, but it was a Typa staff who helped cut this one. I'm really sorry. Hopefully you can. Madis, I'm sorry. Yeah. But this one was with help of Charlotte. She then later, with students, allowed them to print with those letters. So they had a very full view of how typefaces work, from the granular design to actually cutting and manufacturing to printing with it and seeing the printed object, which I think is very valuable. I think this. I hope we will be able to do some next steps with this process and workshop. And Danila mentioned a bit a monotype project. I'm not going to linger on it too much, but it was just to introduce again, it was a year-long project that we held in Taipa that was focused on those machines. I'm going to quickly describe what monotype does. It's a machine for typesetting, so and for casting type. So you input stuff on a keyboard, and then the machine spews out the new the typefaces that it casts, and then you can print with it. Very much simplifying. So during this project, we did a book, we did exhibition, we did the workshops, the monotype workshops in Taipa and a few other initiatives. But during this project also, I started to work on a typeface that hopefully the monotype will be able to cast on the monotype. And before I tell you about the actual typeface, I wanted to stop on this one point, and it's the monotype units. So this machine actually, if you want to design a typeface for it, you need to do it in a special unit. So it's kind of this legendary thing where every type designer heard about it, but actually very few people probably know specifically how they work. So this is something that took quite a while to understand to me. Embarrassingly so. I'm going to try to explain it to you now very fastly how it works. And the one unit is this one simple really formula. It's sorted with by the amount of units. And how it works is you have this part, which I don't think you can see very well on this picture, but it goes into the monotype caster. It's called wedge. And it has a specific number of units on it. This one is 18 points wedge. It can be varied, it can be a different part and a different amount of points. But this is how many units you can use in a letter. And you don't see this very well here, but if you see closely on the wedge, there are some units missing. So there's no from 1 to 4 units, and there is no 16th units. So monotype units actually have some constraints in terms of like, you cannot use this one unit on a caster, which is terrifying and exciting. And the sort, it's actually just the length of the widest letter. So it's quite easy in this sort. This one is, for example, 11 point. So 11 point by 18th, you just divide it and you have your units. It has some interesting connotation. Like I'm going to show a little bit of animations now, hopefully trying to visualize how the units work. So this is just the same number of units, the same height of the letter, and here we're just changing the weight of the letter. And the next one is what happens if we actually change the height of the letter without changing the sort. So obviously the letter gets linear because it's the maximum length of the letter is the same, but we're increasing the height. So the next one is, oh yeah, let's go back to this one. And this one is quite interesting. What happens if you change the sort and height at the same time, but keep the proportions the same? So look closely at this animation. I'm going to see if you can notice it. Nothing changes. So it's actually, this is actually the thing where actually it stays the same. Yeah. And this is kind of a funny thing. What happens if we just increase the sort to like some extreme? You can make something very wide. And the units can be also used for other stuff, not only monotype. This is the, again, project from Lewis, where he used the unit systems to develop a very nice division between his typefaces as he grew the sizes. We were able to make it so the type is so consistent. I mean, Lewis was able to make it so the type was so consistent that the smallest units you used was half Cicero, which is quite nice. And with this, we're trying to work now on the new monotype caster font. which I'm going to show you some examples of now. You can probably spot these typefaces now in your program branding for this conference. So it's very limited set of characters. There are more, but we are cutting a very limited set because there are some constraints on the monotype. And there is a bold as well. And we do have an italic version, which is all in the monotype unit system. This project might seem like something simple. If you're a type designer, you could probably whip something out relatively quickly similar, but the actual length of the project was really fitting into the unit system, which proved quite challenging and requires a lot of compromises. So the spacing is never perfect. It's close enough, but it's never going to be exactly perfect as you want it. It's designed for specific size. That's what you do with the monotype. So for 12 point and 11 sort with Estonian characters. And there, if you want additional character support, you need to cut new punches. That's just how the monotype works. It's not a revival. Jürgen specifically asked me not to do a revival. So that's how it is. And hopefully what we're going to do with it is what you see in InDesign is going to be exactly what you see in monotype print. So we'll see if it's possible. Because right now this is the one of the punches that we did, and that's the example of actually small proofs of the punches that we're going to hopefully. I think we did already some casting tests, but they are very early, so there's going to be some work for it. So the future for the whole project and for everything. This is the wishlist mostly for the database. So if Polyglot API integration, not going to spend too much time explaining what it is. If you're type designer, maybe you've heard about it, but it basically hopefully will allow us to analyze the data of fonts, the Unicodes, and say, for example, oh, this typeface supports this language automatically. So you're not going to be able, need to fill those forms anymore. Visual public portal, more Baltic type institutions and collections, hopefully. More visual documentation inside the database itself, and more minor tools. Would be nice to have a tool that analyzes your text and tells you can print it physically in this typeface because you have enough characters in this case. That's something that wouldn't be too hard to do. So that's, I think, our goal in a sense. That's obviously not Typa. This is Letterform Archive, which is in San Francisco, I believe. So the goal is kind of to make something similar-ish where we could actually publish all this knowledge with it. I'm saying a lot but the truth is this is a team project, and I'm just really bad at mentioning people all the time when I'm stressed. So here are a few contributors. The Charlotte, who it's just my way of looking at them. It's not their official titles. So when I say money organizing, she really just writes grants a lot. Danila, who does research, tests a lot, which is really really important. Data entry, feature request. Jürgen is just the monotype and CNC wizard who just produces all this stuff. And I really want to highlight Marilyn here, who first of all, research and data entry. The data entry part is very thankless, and she spent a lot of time at the very beginning just entering stuff into database. So that's very much her work, and she was one of the first advocates of this project. So and it was a really small thing in my computer. She was like starting to, let's work on this, right? So it really wouldn't be here without her input. And this is me. I don't really do self-advertising, but I do want to highlight one thing. I'm going to launch a website soon with articles, and articles also on that. So the website is not really ready yet, but please follow me on Instagram, then read the articles once they're up, and then unfollow me on Instagram once you're done, because who needs this? And if you happen to be in California in a month, we're going to talk at TypeEye, a little bit extended version of this with new updates as well. So we're going with Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very impressive, Paweł, and we have a lot of time, some time for questions. Please, anybody?
I've seen on one slide that there was among organizations, Latvian National Library mentioned. Just to be sure, is it somehow already connected to your database or?
Again, I have to apologize for me putting stuff that is internal that I'm just, showing on the slides. I actually just started to think about it when I started. Oh, I'm at the slides. Is this all correct? But the Latvian, the library, it probably just means that the specific object is there. It doesn't mean they cooperate with us yet.
Right. Yeah.
Yet.
No, that's great. I mean,
Yeah. Maybe, sir, I can answer this question. Yeah, because we've been recently adding some printed objects, printed matter, which is related to our Constellations project. And because we had, like Charlotte made some copies of specimen books from Latvian library. And this is also like a copyright issue because we need to say that. Yeah, that's that it's not in our collection, it's somewhere else. So yeah, that's one of the reasons.
But basically, there's some object that we want to link to the typeface.
Yeah.
So we're just adding it sometimes. You can also just add regular links, but sometimes it's more useful if you want to write a note, for example. But it doesn't mean it will be public also. That's the thing. That's why it's internal for us now. And there is a separate, if you add something to a collection, you can choose if it's going to be a public or not. So there's a choice already built in.
Do you have an idea when it's going to be ready for public launch already?
I feel like there's lots of gaps still soon. First of all,
I would do it now.
You would do it
No,
Well, I know
I'm
you have
half joking, but it's the problem isn't probably the database and even developing the front end. It's not that hard. It's just that editing the knowledge. It requires research and it requires a lot of Danila's work, for example, where we put something in the database and he just needs to edit it thoroughly. So we, for example, don't do copyright infringement or some other stuff. So we're aware of it. Yeah.
Anybody else? No?
Exciting stuff. Thank you. Did you have any kind of favorite reference for your volatile methods from the typos matrices that are already in the museum, like some of the How much did you look into those matrices that are already in type or monotype?
I would say the one thing that was really helpful was just looking at the matrices and looking specifically of what character is what unit. So there are some documentation relating to that in Typa and the layouts of the matrices. That's really interesting. I don't know if it's already in the database. Probably not, because this is this is a lot of just Jürgen's stuff that he has lined on the table. I'm going to answer a little bit differently. When I was working with Louis, I was trying to give him some example for wood type, not for monotype, but just taking the pictures of the documentation of actually each glyph allowed me to show him, oh, look, they probably did this glyph like that. So if you're thinking about doing something, I would also invite you to put stuff into the database. That's to share with other people, because that's something that I'm quite aware of. Like, let's just connect, let's just work together on some research, let's just work on stuff. So I'm sorry, not specific monotype, but yeah, ask Jürgen a lot. Yeah.
Anybody else? Do we have some questions online or?
No questions online at the moment, just nice comments about
fair.
work. Yeah.
Well, yeah, maybe I can also ask a question because I was wondering when you do like these different kinds of work, when you do type revival, when you design a typeface, is there a difference to your approach? Like when you know that like this typeface is gonna be cut in metal or cut in wood, and if it's gonna stay just digital. So like, do you take different approaches?
Yes, that's a very interesting question. And yeah, I do take different approaches now. I didn't do before when I started my first trials and errors with wood and with metal. I had to cut some things from the presentation, but the one thing that I would definitely mention is diacritics, actually. So that's a big challenge for both wood and metal. It was quite enlightening, how you to actually try to fit the diacritics inside the squares, very limited squares sometimes. In terms of wood, we don't really do overhangs in Typa, so nothing really hangs out. It's just not possible. In terms of metal, you can do some, but it's also very limited, and design with it in mind very early on.
Yeah, thank you. Any more comments, questions appeared this time? Yes, please.
One of future outlook of this project and how far we're outsetting in terms of having, old Baltic states or even further kind of intertwined within the archive.
Maybe Charlotte can answer this question a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know what I can say, but
I don't know. We have so many ideas and so many plans and ways we want to take this. So we have ambitions as big as being a huge pan-Baltic research center.
That was.
But it all depends on what's possible and what's
funding, money.
Yeah, that's so we need someone to give us lots of money.
Yeah,
and we could be really pissed. Just it's the truth.
Yeah.
Where we're manufacturing completely new type or old type, or I think so. One of the issues at Typer is with you mentioned the wood type, but with the metal type as well. The biggest issue is we want to use it, but we want to preserve it as well. And that since I've started, it's been such a big issue and still comes up nowadays. That how do we do this? So this has been amazing to be able on the way to make some new type. Yeah.
Just one last question. So you will include things that you will not physically have at your archive. Is it?
It kind of fell into us doing that because things linked up.
Yeah.
With this
That's
so. The current consensus is that if it's the font object, then we have only Typa and Deca. But the printed object at the moment, we can include stuff from elsewhere, especially if it's digitalized, because letterform archive has a lot of digitized stuff and other sources as well. So then we and because we also use this database as an instrument for research time, of course we just add it there because it's easier to find it.
I think it's also, I didn't mention it in the presentation, but kind of this Constellation project, it's now its own separate things, but it kind of started originally as thinking, what can we do to actually integrate that database into the workflow and test it? So it's fun into its other project, obviously, but this was our thought process originally. So it's kind of a test run. So everything we, mostly Danila and Charlotte and Marilyn did, with this database recently, it's just uploading the stuff that is with this project and using it as a tool for every day.
And also speaking about collaboration, I hope this conference will bring closer some people who might be interested. We don't have any specific funds to support it, but maybe at least we can just see what exactly we can do together, because it would be great to have some Baltic database or something like that. So we can just talk about that. I think this is the goals of one of the goals of this event. So with this I think we can conclude and thank Paweł, and also I apologize, I forgot that we have this gift bags and I give Aleksandra, so thank you. Now there is a lunch break, so we have lunch for speakers, and Others can go downstairs and buy lunch at nice, very cheap Ekkas cafeteria. And we're gonna be back here in like 1 hour at 2 o'clock.
Yeah. So everyone online, I will we'll go for lunch and we'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
That's the opening goal.
Thank you. Back to recording. And so, hi everyone online. It's the same deal as this morning. Just to keep yourself muted, and if you have any questions to add in the chat. Okay.
So we can continue. Grab coffee, take seats, and it's my pleasure to announce another next speaker, Laimė Lukošiūnaitė, who is a graphic and type designer, researcher, and co-runner of Lithuanian Collector, also a volunteer at St. Bridge Library. Laimė designs typefaces under folk fonts. The work has been exhibited and published in Ultra Body, 208 works between art and design in Milan. So her research critically examines typography as a culturally situated practice, exploring the relationship between visual languages and their social and historical contexts. Having entered the design world through work with nonprofits, has shaped a pluralistic sensibility for multivocal storytelling. And Laimė is based in London and runs an independent design practice at the intersection of typography-focused design systems, film titles, and artist books. She collaborates with changemakers, cultural institutions, independent publishers, artists, and tradespeople who shape the world around us. So welcome, Laura. Yes.
Thank you. Firstly, I just wanted to thank Charlotte and Danila, Tipa, and for ECA for hosting this amazing conference on such an important topic. My research focuses on interwar Lithuanian type specimens specifically, as a way to examine how type forms emerge under conditions of political and material instability. So the project began at Type West, which is a program run by the Letterform Archive, and it took form in a type revival based on one of these specimens that we'll be looking at. So I've structured this talk into 3 parts. I will outline the historical context, so focusing on specific printing houses. Then I'll examine the formal and technical characteristics of the type specimens of the period. And finally, I'll look at the type revival as a question for authorship that emerges under these conditions. So after Lithuania declared its independence in 1918, it really lacked the time, the resources, and the equipment to rebuild its printing industry. And the situation was especially dire in Vilnius, which changed hands multiple times between the Polish forces and the Red Army. And in 1922, the Polish forces seized the city, and it remained under their control for 19 years. So this left Lithuania without most of its printing houses and paper factories. And especially in Vilnius, the state of printing houses after 1918 was basically worth crying over, as the capital was lost. So it is impossible to discuss the interwar print period without actually looking back into the 18th and the 19th centuries, when the Russian Empire's ban on Lithuanian language publications in Latin script in the Greater Lithuania led to the establishment of Lithuanian printing houses in Lithuania Minor. So this was on the west side, near the Baltic coast, Baltic Sea. So this was then part of East Prussia within the German Empire, and this map actually highlights 2 key centers for printing, which was Tilje and Klaipėda. So this is where I found Lithuanian type specimens so far in this region that I can identify. So in this region, the printing history was already really rich, with also activism such as book smuggling, and local typecasting persisted into the 19th and early 20th centuries. So, for example, in Gombine and Klaipėda, nevertheless, the machinery and the type continued to be supplied by the German industry. So smaller presses in particular often depended on second-hand equipment that was acquired from larger firms. And by the early 20th century, the archival records show that the printing houses almost entirely relied on machinery from Germany. So as the print culture is recovering in the early years of the independence, typography really remains sort of at a formative stage, reflecting in the strong culture of training among the printers, and the profession operates at a high level of skill with trained specialists in high demand and actively advancing their expertise, often traveling from smaller regions to Kaunas and Klaipėda to train, and at times working voluntarily to gain practical experience. So networks of exchange were encouraged and relatively open, allowing for knowledge, skills, and practices to circulate with ease. So the emphasis on training is illustrated in one of these accounts from Lithuania Minor. So this describes the very first trained apprentice at the Rytas printing house. And this is 1924. And his name is Ermons Malonė from Pagrindė, who completed his apprenticeship in Šilutė. And the company's director is introducing him to his colleagues, expressing satisfaction that a locally trained Lithuanian would contribute to the strengthening of a regional industry and reducing the dependence on foreign expertise. He's encouraging the apprentice to continue learning, emphasizing that the mastery of the craft develops over a lifetime. So, with independence, the new phase of development for printing houses is coming, and although the country's economic situation is very difficult, the existing printing houses are really rapidly expanding and modernizing, and the smaller ones are relatively rapidly coming up in the capital, the temporary capital, Kaunas. Undoubtedly, this was influenced by the close proximity to Germany, where printing machinery was produced. And the largest and the most modern printing house in Kaunas is Spindulys in 1928. So we can see quite a nice print quality here. I think it's the best one I've seen so far. This is obviously quite late. This is 1940. But the presence of secession, bravura, grotesque typefaces towards the end of the interwar period suggests that Lithuanian typographic identity was shaped by a hybrid of decorative Art Nouveau and emerging modernist clarity. And I think this is reflected in a broader European design current overall. So other printing houses in Kaunas belong to Polish printing house Prima, which printed the Dziękołęcki and the Chata Rodzina, which were weekly. And while printing houses like the Jewish Voice produced a newspaper with the same name in Yiddish. So these presses served the needs of various diverse communities. And among the larger printing houses in Vilnius was the Roma Printing Enterprise, which produced books in Yiddish and Hebrew. So Žaibas was a printing house that operated in Vilnius in 1919. It printed Lithuanian publications, but also Belarusian newspapers. And after the Polish occupation of Vilnius and the resulting restrictions on Lithuanian press, but also on Belarusian press, parts of the equipment moved to Kaunas in 1922. So then the press was nationalized in 1940, and during the Nazi occupation, it continued to operate under restraint, and it printed the weekly Towards Freedom. So just like the Rytas printing house in 1944, Some of its workers fled to Germany, taking part of their equipment with them and continuing to print Lithuanian newspapers in displaced persons camps, marking the press as a mobile and resilient institution. So taken together, the history frames the printing house as a constantly migrating entity, shaped by shifting political regimes and the need to sustain Lithuanian print culture across borders. And note that in this particular specimen, there is a typeface that is very suspicious. And it appears related to the Germans' Cloakens Antiqua. But I will return to the Žaibas printing house later in the presentation so we can inspect this sort of gap a little bit more closely. But it comes in regular true italic and bold. So the last printing house that we'll look at is the Rytas printing house. So between the First and the Second World War, it was the most technologically advanced in the Klaipėda region and notably trained the first apprentice, Herman, who we touched on before. By 1933, it was equipped with 2 rotary presses, 1 lithographic press, 4 linotype machines, a monotype system, and zincography facilities. And we can see a beautiful monotype advert there, produced in 1939. And this is from the printer's calendar, which was a very nice little pocket book for printers that you could put in your back pocket. And it had sort of all the different dates of printing meetings and activities, a little glossary, and sort of technical sheets on how to use the equipment. It also operated a bookshop, its own stationers, a bindery, and employed an in-house artist, Vilius Jomantas, who is actually an established illustrator and graphic designer. And on the bottom right-hand corner, you can actually see Rytas fleeing. This is the end of this is 1940s, with all of its equipment to Germany. So around 1937, Rytas actually established a font foundry. And this was the first font foundry of its kind in the Klaipėda region and all of Lithuania at the time. And if we look closer to some of the specimens, I think this one dates from 1936. So a question mark there, whether that is related to the last slide. But if we take a brief look, the specimens produced in 1936 we see a prominence of Fraktur and Ekman Romanish typefaces. But there are also very interesting handwriting styles and grotesques, often combined with more calligraphic lockups as well, sort of secession era illustrations. And this points to a strong imprint of German typographic convention, suggesting that Lithuanian print culture at the time was not only technically dependent on German models, but also visually aligned to their aesthetic hierarchies. So before we look more into the type specimens, I would just like to touch on the 3 sort of categories of type specimens in general. And these are actually, the classification is designed by William Turner Berry and James Mosley, the senior librarians at St. Bride's. So number 1 would be the traditional metal type foundries. So these are specimens produced by the traditional type foundry to promote their wares. So typically metal typefaces that are manufactured to their own designs. Occasionally popular designs might be purchased from foreign competitors and sometimes renamed for the market. These designs were acquired, it was often in the form of duplicate matrices, from which local versions of type could be cast. So traditional foundries primarily manufactured their types from original drawings and sketches through to the finished project of type. The end product was traditional metal type printing, which the foundries supplied directly to the printer. Whereas the second one would be the user specimen, so issued primarily by the printer. So this is where I think a lot of the type specimens that I've looked at fall into this category. So commercial printers not normally originating their own type designs, but acquiring them from a number of different sources. So the best metal types and the most durable usually came from traditional foundries, which would be the category 1. And some printers acquired typecasting machinery such as monotype and linotype installation to produce their own hot metal types. These specimen books issued by the printers to potential customers were to illustrate the faces available for commercial printing. The end product of companies issuing user specimens was typically books, newspapers, and other printed material. But regardless of the medium, the user specimens originate from the user of the typographical products and not the original makers of typefaces. And the third category would be specimens issued by the automated casting machine makers. So this would be monotype, linotype, intertype, where the machinery was designed to produce good quality type on site for immediate use by the printers of books. The machines operated by trained staff, but the typeface designs were originated by the makers of the type founding machinery. So the specimens promote the typefaces for which the molds, the matrices, could be supplied to printers, and the end product of these manufacturers was typecasting machinery and matrices for the use of the printer. So by the interwar period, Lithuania is working with a pre-World War I typographic palette. This is a specimen book from the Lithuanian State Press, so quite an official specimen book in 1926. We can see a German typographic ecosystem here, even where the American foundries such as ADF appear, they operate within a German-derived system of classification and naming and stylistic hierarchy. We can also see the Clokens or Klenkens in there as well. It's dropped the Antiqua from its name, so it's maybe morphing into something else. But the actual specimen itself is the Clokens Antiqua. And then if we look at some of the uses of these typefaces, I've kind of split them into 3 categories. So this first category would show a mix of strong reliance on established German type systems, especially the late historicist book Antiqua faces. So these would be Herald, Latinish, Divin, Amerikanische Medieval, and Romanish, forming like a base layer, dominant base layer within small presence of the unknown Klenkens system, which is here once again, kind of dotted around everywhere. And the second example would be sort of simplified, increasingly geometric letter forms reflecting early modernist rationalization in the vein of Edel grotesque, Erbar, Carina, Consul, Pressa. So I know that this may be due to the import and circulation of type from regional foundries, but there's no evidence that I found of this so far. For example, the Gutenberg foundry in Riga had Consul 1 and Consul 2 renamed as Venus and Mars. And then the third classification, I guess, or system would be the use of display, sort of illustrative-based headings in literary and educational publications. So these would use sort of expressive faces such as Handelskursiv or Ella-Kursiv Fett. Once again, Clokens Antiqua on that blue cover at the end there, showing a tendency towards measured decorative emphasis with an otherwise conventional typographic system of the time. So if we look back into some of the specimens, this is 1937 from Kaunas, and it's pointing to a shift towards early modernist influence with sans serifs such as super grotesque and duplex. sort of introducing more functional, rational tone. But there's also Baltica and Marco and Mozart, retaining transitional qualities. So modernism is entering the system without fully replacing the earlier sets. Although these specimens outline multiple scripts and diacritic sets in multiple weights, the Lithuanian A organic is quite elusive. So appearing just for certain smaller sizes at this moment in my research of the surviving type specimens. Also, on this particular specimen pamphlet, we can see that the page numbers are present, indicating the possible intentions that the sheets would not migrate between different specimen pamphlets within the print house. So staying intact with the intention to be used as it was bound. And I am making this comparison because there was common practice within specimen pamphlets to exclude the numbers, allowing them to be flexible for rebinding and inclusion of different typefaces in various combinations depending on the needs of the printer. This is a beautiful example from 1923 from the Marijampolė region. The printing house is called Dirva, which means soil. This specimen presents quite a versatile library of type, so combining multiple styles to serve a range sort of applications. It also marks the earliest designated appearance of Klenkens that I have located in a type specimen. So this is, 1923. So the likely derivative from the more refined Cloakens Antiqua, suggesting an early moment of possible adaptation within that particular system. And here, Cloakens Antiqua is shown at a large size on the top right-hand side, maybe suggesting for that display should be used for text headings and titling. Heralds and Litanish also appear in multiple sizes, reinforcing their role as flexible working typefaces. The specimen text references local national themes such as the Neman River, King Mindaugas, Biržai Hill forts, situating type within a Lithuanian cultural context. And in the lower right-hand corner, some sample cards for a local carpenter point to everyday commercial use, while the inclusion of German, Hebrew, and Cyrillic text highlights the multilingual demands placed on the printing house. So while the type system here is quite German in origin, these illustrations of sort of farm animals and everyday domestic activities feel distinctly local in their depiction of rural life. I would love to research this a little bit further and sort of investigate such nuances further. And this printing house was actually called the Printing Press and Stamp Workshop in the Biržai region, so a very different region. So just to contextualize the period a little bit, the case study of Cloakens versus Klenkens, the two typefaces that keep appearing but are quite different, could help frame one example or question of authorship. So around 1910, Friedrich Wilhelm Cloakens and his contemporaries began to move away from the ornamented excesses of Art Nouveau, seeking to free the letter form from exaggerated decoration, and in doing so, paving the way for the German Werkbund. Here, Cloakens Antiqua appears in Lithuanian contexts across a wide range of uses, from the elementary primer of nature to official state treasury documents to school publications, all in the 1920s. The official materials are set in this modernizing typeface, but it still carries a historic agency. So let's look a little bit closer at Cloakens versus Klenkens. So against this backdrop, the relationship between these two typefaces remains unresolved. While they share a similar name and certain stylistic affinities, the connection is neither direct nor fully independent. So Clenkins does not actually replicate Clokins's forms. It appears to be rounder, quirkier, sort of a design of its own, suggesting processes of complete reinterpretation or adaptation. At the same time, the instability of the name, the shifting from Clokins to Klenkins, almost like flipping of the letter U into an N, raises the possibility of transmission through specimen books where maybe misreading or translation or informal renaming could occur. So this ambiguity positions Klenkins within a space where reference, imitation, and independent formation sort of overlap. It's interesting that both typefaces appear across Lithuanian newspapers, with Clokins Antiqua used more for display, so particularly in titles around 1924, while Klenkins is used for subheads and also main body copy around 1928. And here we can see Klenkins appearing as titling format across course books, pedagogical publications, catalogs, suggesting a shift from stylistic expression to infrastructural function. It becomes embedded in everyday production of knowledge, education, and national culture. So it's kind of everywhere. So what I see in the Lithuanian typographic landscape of the interwar period is a stratified system in which late 19th century historicism, Jugendstil influences, and early modernist forms coexist. And this suggests a typographic identity emerging through recombination of available forms under conditions of infrastructural dependency, really shaped less maybe by design intent than by what is available. Type is selected, reused, and combined across newspapers, books, and state publications within a culture of learning. And for the last part, I just want to look at the actual revival a little bit. And I think the biggest learning for me with this was that as with much of Art Nouveau typefaces, the forms really tend towards inconsistency. And they can become overly expressive if not carefully controlled. So restraint is necessary to prevent the overall effect from becoming visually overwhelming and incoherent. With Clokins Antiqua, on the other hand, there is a measured tension in the square arches of the letter forms, for example. And there's definitely a balanced play of counterforms. So the typeface is looking quite elegant, but also full of character. However, the letter forms of Klenkins are relatively round, and there is a general softness, which makes it important to introduce maybe like sharper, more defined serif endings to retain visual tension. Similarly, the angled bowls of the letters, such as BDPQ, benefit from being calmed down, as their original inclination risked pronounced inconsistency and disrupting the overall rhythm of the typeface. So the general direction at this point is to really focus on the way that the contrast and weight play with each other and how they play an important role in maintaining character. So kind of recalling the buoyant nature of 1970s typefaces that were inspired by Art Nouveau. So we're going sort of back and forth into the future, but also with the focus on rounded artwork and sharp tail endings. So redrawing type here becomes a method for understanding how it might have been constructed, revealing inconsistencies, material and technical constraints, and moments of decision sort of embedded in the forms. It exposes both the limits of internal logic and original production processes, allowing these typefaces to be understood not as fixed designs, but as outcomes of iteration and adaptation, where reconstruction under constraint really replaces straightforward reproduction. Thank you.
So we have time for questions and you're welcome to ask for comments. Well, then I start. First of all, it's very impressive research, and it's very systematic. I like how you show different types of type foundries and specimen books and so on. I was just wondering, maybe it's about like the, so to say, institutional status of your research. Like, are you doing it just for not just, but for revival, or is it some project, a bigger project? Like what it is?
Yeah, I think, it grew from revival. Kind of caught my attention to really maybe inform some of the processes, because I was kind of recreating what maybe someone was recreating as well in the past. So it was interesting to explore that in connection to, the visual identity that has been sort of within the broader Lithuanian type identity. But then also, hopefully this can grow into a larger project that would then become part of some sort of a tool for educational purposes. Maybe we do then, similarly like yourselves, have an archive where we can look at type specimens and look at some type revival techniques to investigate this history further. So it's kind of a mixed approach to investigating that history.
You wanted to say something?
Do you have something on top of it then? Different as mine.
No, I just So like you're looking for the specimen books in different libraries, or like where do you find them? I understand that they are like in like all over the place, not in one.
Yeah, there aren't actually a lot of them so far. I've looked only through maybe about 40. And yes, libraries are sort of where they are, but I know there are other archives. This is very much like the beginning of my research, so I'm only starting to produce work from it. So I'd be curious to see what other archives there are, but I have actually been consulting with some bibliographs as well, and sort of researchers of the book as an object who have great insight into a lot of archives. So watch this space.
Okay, I was wondering if you trace this typeface Glenkins past this period in later publications and prints.
So it only goes up to basically, I think 1920, from 1923 up to about 1940. But no, not further. This is the period that I'm kind of researching in.
Yeah.
But I think, it really, because there aren't many type specimens, what you have to kind of do is look at a lot of book covers and newspapers, so other ephemera and printed materials. So it can be expanded for sure.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. Enjoyed every slide of it, and I love your revival as well. How it also combines two Klenkens and Kleukens. But when I look at that slide with Klenkens and Kleukens, is there even any connection? To be honest, I don't see many similarities. It's maybe a very, very, very stupid question, but at this point, so your assumption that there are somehow variation of the Klenkens is a variation of Kleukens, is it based only on the name, or are there other maybe samples that show more visual?
No, it's purely the name. Yeah. It's
Because
purely that connection is just there because of the name, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
So it could just be something that has been lost in translation in terms of the specimen.
Right. I will have to look up, but I have maybe a few other candidates that would be related to Klenkens.
That's great.
In my scan. So
yeah, there are sort of some similarities. Like if you look at the lowercase a, it does share a little bit like the bowls are, some of them counterforms are super open, and it is like veering towards maybe a more rectangular shape, but Klenken's is a lot more round. So
Yeah.
that's really the definitive sort of change, you know, when you're reviving something like the arch tells you so much. And yeah.
No, it's great, and as I say, I love what you did at the end. It just still somehow, you know, I don't like if I wouldn't know the names, I would never connect this to as related, you know, the proportions and even the A.
Yeah, they're definitely very different. So this is
you very nicely somehow in your revival. You've actually very nicely played around with both concepts. That's great.
Yeah, they're a good kicking off point for research, I think, because you get a couple of different sources that are somehow maybe like related in the stratosphere, but they give you a lot of different information as well for something new.
Definitely. Italic, is it coming up too?
Yes, for sure.
Anybody else? Questions or comments?
So you mentioned a lot of outside sources, outside typefaces coming up. And I wanted to ask you, do you have any idea or any comment on the what was the decision or process of choosing those specific foundries or maybe those specific typefaces to come to order? Was it the proximity, for example, of representatives of the specific company? Was it specifically stylistic choices? Was it the trade routes? Maybe none of those. So I wanted to ask if you have any hunch.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of different things. One is definitely the proximity, but also one of them is the region of this region, which is Lithuania Minor, which kind of predates this period a little bit, but also they already had quite a well-established buying system with Germany in terms of using their typefaces, because this was part of the German Empire. So there was sort of an established trade route in that respect. But really, this needs more research. This needs sort of going to Berlin into some of the archives of the Prussian Empire to really see the buying records, you know. So at the moment, this research is very independent. The extra stuff needs to be done there. But there is a lot of written material on the types of different German foundries that were already selling typefaces and selling machinery back in the 19th century. So whether those survived, whether they sold their presses and their matrices, there was some local typecasting as well happening. But of course, that could have been, you know, modeled under the German models as well. So lots of different layers, I think, within the history of German type use.
Anything else? Any online comments, questions here?
No.
Well, because still have a bit of time, maybe I can ask one quick question again. Did you also pay attention to the text they used for specimen books? I mean, sometimes it's just like one, a couple of words, but sometimes it's a longer text with smaller sizes. So like, do you know like where is it from? What is it about?
Yeah, some of it is actually sort of these literary, historic, almost like phrases that would be used in literature. So like excerpts from that. But also sort of phrases that you would say to each other just in a talking sort of everyday language format. So yeah, very much tied to the historic, like cultural heritage of literature, but also like just a general language as we speak every day. But I think that also really needs to be looked at a little bit more in depth because it's almost like a side project of its own as well. Yeah, very interesting part of the research and very important.
Yeah, I do agree because when you look, for example, into Estonian typefaces, you also see different things like sometimes there are some random texts, but sometimes they also say something about the trade, about compositors, about like printing culture, and it's like interesting to know like where did they get it from, because so obviously compositor was not the author, but they should have like the idea to write about that. And also, if you compare different languages, it's also like usually like Russian tests are completely random and probably related to something which is closer to Russian culture, but Estonian it's different. So yeah, I agree that another topic to research apart from that. Anything else? Any last comments? Maybe you want to say something yourself
just on the last question that you had. I mean, there is a lot of sort of phrases and words that are quite nationalistic sometimes, especially in the interwar period. So I think the geopolitical situation has definitely an impact, and it's interesting to think how these printers would, why they would choose specific maybe phrases that would be a little bit more like activating within the political sphere. So yeah, that's the other thing that I've noticed, but it's very interesting about the technical sort of phrasing that would be used, as you say, that you found. I've not come across that. But that's almost like a message from a printer to another printer, which is really great. Yeah.
Well, then thank you.
Thank you.
Good to meet your presence.
Thank you.
And also to invite another next speaker, McGuffie. So Lewis is a photographer based in Tallinn, and he runs the Bespoke Type Foundry east of Rome. He holds an MA in typography from the University of Reading, where he also occasionally teaches. He has designed typefaces for Lego, British Olympic team, Epic Games, the England rugby team, and others. So in a few moments, we'll start the talk.
Try to get my props.
I'll just click double click. Whoops. Start at the beginning. Here we go. Okay. So this is a slightly longer version of a talk I already gave a few months ago in London, which was practice for doing this proper talk. And I thought, oh, there's no way that anyone's ever going to be at both places, but Laimė was actually in London, so she's already heard part of this already. So hopefully it's still interesting. That should start. Is that going to play? Let's see. It's meant to move those letters in a second. This whole project. So I'm going to introduce a project called the Types, which I started recently in collaboration with Typa, or a lot of help from Typa, as you'll see. It started out back in about 2018 with a little fun project I did for myself, which was a variable font like this, where it could transition between two very, very different kind of states. The steps in between would actually be kind of usable, The font was kind of untitled, but even though it says Geist there, but doesn't mean anything. The anyone who's designed a variable font will know it has to be built on an axis. Usually these would be weight, optical size, this kind of thing, width. You could do custom axes also. I did 4-letter word for this custom axis. That's in the code when you write it in the code, there's 4 letters as well. So, and I thought this was what could I call it? What could I call it? And what did it kind of inspire me? And I remember this word Gaia that from a poem by Yeats. The slide's a bit broken. A Gaia is a spiral, a vortex. The whole poem itself, The Second Coming, it was written before World War One. It's about no, it wasn't written before World War. Written slightly after World War One. It's about the end of the world as it felt. The end of the 19th century, as things changed, torn apart. The centre cannot hold, mere anarchy loosed upon the world. You know, this kind of idea of change and untamed nature, timelessness, this kind of spiraling vortex of just chaos. And he captures it in this word Gaia, which is quite a rare kind of word in English. So this was the name of the axis in that typeface. But as I'll go on to explain in this talk, all these ideas that were in that poem, in this idea of the Gaia, and then notably the styles within this original type were all Gothic. This idea of sort of darkness slightly, but also these are all Gothic types, from the sans serif to the much more decorative. So it ended up being this. I shelved the variable font projects. I didn't actually move on with that any further, but it then became this other project, these types, which I'll show more of as we go on. So the idea of the question I'm going to answer and address, I intend to address with this whole project for myself, is really how can one word, Gothic, capture so many different styles? Why can a sans serif and black letter to almost like Norwegian heavy metal band logo to Arial also be called Gothic? You know, how does that? What's the logic there? So we start at the start. Who were the Goths? Not those Goths. These Goths. Well, in this a little bit of history. So in the 6th century, there was a Gothic historian. He descended from Goths. I think he said called Jordanes, and he wrote that his people, the Goths, came from an island called Skansa, which is located in the Northern Ocean and opposite the mouth of the river Vistula, which probably is modern-day Gotland, perhaps Sweden, Norway. We're up in the Baltic. This is where they're from. They migrated south to a land that the Romans called Scythia. But by the sort of late 3rd century, they started to cross over from Scythia into what was then the Roman Empire across the Danube. By 410 AD, they were deep inside the Roman Empire. And in 410, led by Alaric, they actually sacked Rome. They got in and started burning it down. They were Christian, the Goths, so they didn't actually burn all the churches, and it wouldn't be the first time that they got into Rome, but it was, they did do a lot of damage. And this is the beginning of the end of the Roman Empire, 410 AD, which is also the year that the Romans left Britain too. And as I mentioned, in London, there wouldn't be a hot running water on the island of Britain till the 19th century, after 410 AD. So, well before there was a hot running bath, this was a poet called John Dryden, and he wrote he wrote a long poem about Goths, about the history of the classical world, and this is a little extract from it. Rome raised not art, but barely kept alive, and with old Greece unequally did strive, till Goths and Vandals, a rude northern race, did all the matchless monuments deface. So they were rude for destroying Rome, clearly. But so then what is the Gothic spirit? Why did it capture the European imagination in the Enlightenment? And what does it come to mean in the modern day? Why is it a useful term, even now? So because the role the Goths played in Rome's destruction, Gothic came to mean the opposite of classical rational forms, the rational forms of late Rome. So where Rome stood for stability, civilization, idealized forms of beauty, Gothic stood for change, nomadism, grotesqueness, naturalness. John Ruskin, 19th century, wrote about this, and then William Morris famously typeset it, one chapter from his book, The Stones of Venice, and the chapter on the Gothic, which Morris was particularly keen on. And he said that Gothic stood for savageness, changefulness, naturalism, and grotesqueness. Or at least these are the four ideas I'm going to focus on here. These are all recurring ideas within the Gothic. So where beauty was idealized in classical forms in Enlightenment Europe, it's a changefulness and naturalism was also idealized in ideas of the Gothic. So what was often seen, these often seen as what civilized people had forgotten as well. So where civilization had made us soft and weak, the Goths stood for the people that still in the forest. They were strong. You know, they hadn't forgot what it was to be alive. So even before then, this idea keeps recurred and recurred. Before it was called Gothic, this ideal of strength, sort of freedom, changefulness was celebrated by a Roman writer called Tacitus in one of his chapters in his book, Annals of Imperial Rome. And he's writing about the year 9 and the Battle of the Teutoburg Forest in 9 AD. This was the first time the Romans had really lost a significant loss and lost several legions, in fact, maybe 4. Right? They were ambushed, and over about 4 days in this forest, it was the autumn, the mud was coming into, the rain was coming down, the forest was muddy, it's mist, you can see it looked like a heavy metal music video. And then from the trees came the Goths. No, sorry, the Germans, long before the Goths, and destroyed the Romans. But Tacitus then wrote about it afterwards, explaining that the Germans were an example of this kind of pure, strong people, and how the Romans were weak and over-civilized and therefore deserved to be defeated. The Romans should really go back and discover their origins, where they used to be strong like that themselves. So this battle, Teutoburg, has been mythologized all up until the 20th century. In fact, there's a book by historian Christopher Krebs called A Most Dangerous Book, for anyone interested in it. It just kind of charts the history of how in German Romanticism, German history, Teutoburg goes from the battle itself, what was understood from Tacitus's writing, up until the Nazis. And there's what seems like quite a clear line between this mythologizing of national identity that was all swallowed up with this stuff. So many depictions of the battle show Roman legions just being swallowed up, sort of ambushed, devoured by a forest itself. And this is the spirit which came to be called Gothic, something that was strong, one with nature, pure, timeless, nomadic, and free, that stood in contrast with the classical Roman styles of form and beauty. Styles like that can be seen on Trajan's column. And in Enlightenment Europe, the humanist tradition of writing developed from Carolingian minuscule that became much more formalized, idealized kind of book types. So, what about Gothic typography? Which is more expressive, perhaps. I'm going to look at 2 styles of Gothic letter, and these both appear, or will appear, in types. And yeah, so you'll see. So, perhaps the simplest, perhaps the most unusual form of Gothic is the sans serif. who is described as Gothic. Gothic also is a simplified form of letter, of course. And here it's shown how to be, if anyone's ever done any sign painting, this is done with you twist your hand quite a lot for this. This is done with a chisel head brush. And this idea of a chisel, something that you actually use to carve stone as well, is important for the idea of the sans serif too. Stone and sans serif are the material and the style interlinked. As maybe quite a few people here know, the first sans serifs in printing come from Caslon, 1816. And then throughout the 19th century, they became more popular, of course, and all that history is quite well known. But what inspired Caslon and the people that kind of revived it before him? Well, pardon me. These are some earliest examples of sans serif from Attic Greek inscriptions, which you can see are square, circular, geometric, and generally without serifs, but always monolinear. They're always carved into stone, or at least importantly, it's what has survived for us is what's carved into stone. And this is from an era of what the type historian James Moseley would have called a sort of rugged antiquity, or referred to in his essay Nymph and the Grot as rugged antiquity. But the first sans serifs in modern times appeared a generation or two before Caslon in architectural drawings on stone buildings, these kind of things. So this is sans serif prior to Caslon, 1793. So it was essentially seen as a style of unadorned letter. And this, according to Moseley, comes from the architectural work of George Dance and his protege John Soane, who influenced a generation of neoclassical architects in Britain and elsewhere to start using sans serifs. These sans serifs were consciously made imitations of sort of simpler, pre-high classical style. They didn't only imitate Attic Greek, but they also imitated reproductions of quite strangely Roman inscriptions. This one's from the Temple at Tivoli, which appears in Moseley's book, in his essay, sorry. And you can see almost sort of these invisible, extremely small, kind of inconsequential serifs, but the important thing is this is monolinear. It doesn't have the modulation you would have with a pen or a brush. For Dance and Soane, George Dance and John Soane, pardon me, John Dance, sans serifs were seen as suitable to be carved into sort of timeless materials like stone. It was more appropriate for a sans to be in a Gothic, to be in stone than any other style of letter. As Moses said, sans serifs are the right style to be cut into a rugged rock face. So they could therefore kind of emulate the spirit of ancient ruins, a style which to their eyes was elemental and timeless in quality. That's to say, the first modern sans serifs carved into stone did not look contemporary, as they might do to us now, but they appeared archaic and ancient in form. They're sort of pre-decadent, vigorous, barbarous, essentially Gothic, hence the name. And by then, the Roman serif letter represented established civility. Sans serif was an icon of a rougher, more free, timeless style. Simple sans was a kind of pre-civilized kind of proto-form. And so it's thanks to architects like John Soane for the revival of the sans serif that we know today. John Soane would go on to design the Bank of England, pictured here. This is in a painting by Joseph Gandy from 1830 called A Bird's Eye View of the Bank of England. The painting he requested would be painted as ruins instead of the actual thing itself. He wanted it to look like Pompeii. And actually at St. John's Fields, where the John Soane Museum still is, which if you're in London is worth a visit, is the models of Pompeii that he had are right next to this painting. So there was clearly a link for him. And for Soane and many others, ruins evoked the Romantic idea, this kind of a Gothic idea of like a civilization lost to time. And what a better way to say how great you are, how great your civilization is, by saying this is what we'll look like in 1,000 years. People remember us, you know, as we remember the Romans. And talking about remembering, this you didn't think you'd hear poetry from the 8th century today, did you? Here we go. This masonry is wondrous. Fate broke it. Courtyard pavements are smashed, and the works of giants is decaying. This is a poem called The Ruin, which is from the 9th century. It was originally written in Old English. It's much longer, and it's describing the experience of seeing what the Romans left in Britain. About 500 years after they'd gone, everything just was smashed. Who are these people that were here? These mighty builders. There's a lot of romanticizing. So for architects like Danson and Soane, the sans serif was a romantic symbol. It was integral to the rock and stone of timeless ruins. Sort of weathered, rugged, lichen-covered, sans serif was beyond time, pre-classical. Sort of as natural as a stone that was carved into it. And Adrian Frutiger, the typographer, agreed. He said, a sans serif typeface, in its essential nature, is carved or chiseled form. Its strength and purity lie in the resistance that the material has for the tool, and the greater the resistance, the greater the character. Frutiger's idea that sans serifs had strength and purity are sort of similar to Ruskin's definition of Gothic naturalism. Something infinite, something preserved through time, something outside of civilization. Frutiger is describing a naturally balanced, perfect elemental form, timeless, fundamental style, which can be contrasted with the kind of flimsy impermanence of contemporary or man-made materials. This is the Gothic sans serif. And of course, Gothic's not a term we use now. A more common term would be grotesque, which apparently derives from the Italian grotesco, which means belonging to a cave. Which what could be more Gothic than that? Well, that should be in black letter. This is just the problem with this side. So another style of Gothic is black letter, and probably the most obvious style. When you think of Gothic type, you think of this. It's the primary style of letter associated with Gothic. It's a calligraphic style. It's evolved since the 12th century and comes in a wide range of letter styles, primarily from Northern Europe, persisted in Germany into the 20th century until 1941, when it was banned in Germany. But also it existed for a long time in heavily German-influenced cultures like the Baltic, Estonia, and obviously we've been hearing about Latvia and Lithuania. Black letter, in its many styles, is what Ruskin would describe as changeful. One term defines an awful lot of different styles. As for the German Romantics, black letter was also sort of deeply natural. Even in the English word Gothic, historically, it's been used as a synonym for German. The two are deeply connected. But what did black letter mean to German folk myth, to the idea of themselves? In the 18th century, Johann Gottfried Herder used botany, the idea of the natural world, as a metaphor for his philosophy and descriptions of the German people. He said the German people are like an organic community. This is, of course, prior to unification, but an important part of their road to unification for them. The German characteristics for him, and writers like Goethe, who he's deeply connected with, the symbols as fundamental as the organic world itself. That is, black letter was rooted in the earth, which Germany was stood on. Fundamental as nature, able to grow, evolve with its people, something organic, folky. But importantly, this stood in deep contrast with the French, who were, with the Enlightenment, the Encyclopédie, the Roman de War, which is about few years before. This rationalist idea, where the German Gothic was organic, it was the opposite of the kind of artificial, constructed, elegant rationalism of the French intellectual forms. And formally, so black letter is made of shapes that you can kind of casually think, you know, at first glance might appear in nature. It's far more expressive. Spirals, crystals, angular broken lines, because it's a writing style. It's connected to the hand much more so than more kind of standardized upright Roman. It looks informal, or can more readily look informal. It's very similar in a sense to our italic. This is an example of one of the first French to Latin dictionaries by Estienne. The sort of demotic spoken French is in italic. The italic has the voice, there's the hand, it's more connected with the human. The upright Roman, the official thing, the Latin, is upright. Gothic is a kind of the black letter, the voice personified of these the German people. So, as Ruskin said, as an aspect of Gothic is naturalness. Well, Gothic architecture also embodied these things, these ideas. In the Gothic arch, an arch which meets at an apex and is not a perfect circle or has a keystone. It's not continuous and smooth. This is obviously a challenge to this rationalist, you know, the irrational kind of forms. There was a myth, it is a myth, that the idea that a Gothic arch actually comes from the tents of nomads. This was an old idea. I think maybe Ruskin wrote about it as well. So connecting it with these, you know, people outside the city walls that lived in the forest, you know. And similarly, these ideas can be found in typography already. The same shape is found in black letter for the Gothic arch. Aldo Novares, in his writing on Euro style, which is not pictured here, but this is a part of an article that he wrote about it, is demonstrating the connections between the type and architecture. That's not to say that black letter, however, though, is unbound or utterly wild. Black letter, the Gothic style, is bound by a kind of symmetry, and is seen by German Romanticist painters like Caspar David Friedrich. His work is typically rigid, contrived compositions, natural subject matter, but subjects of his work are often ruins or embodiments of the organic world, as if his ruined abbeys or castles or extensions of kind of nature itself. So, German Romanticism is closely bound with Ruskin's ideas about the Gothic, naturalness, changefulness, perhaps even a bit of savagery. But Gothic black letter was a romantic metaphor, something that's meant to be believed to be connected to an ever-growing kind of natural world, which is one of the reasons that it was so easy to adapt. And the idea of the hybrid in black letter is very important, especially late 19th century, early 20th century. There were many, many styles of hybrids that evolved. Related to Jugendstil and the arts and crafts movement, more kind of experimental styles. And then this kind of primitivist kind of styles, Rudolf Koch, Neuland is in there. It's kind of quite famous. And you see this a lot in Estonian lettering type as well, later on. Which brings me neatly the idea of a hybrid to the types. So the types is an ongoing, ever-growing Gothic type family that will never be digital. Well, I'll say never. Probably. It's only available as wood. So if you want it, you have to buy a box of wood. That's it. And it'll be cut by Jürgen in Tartu. And yeah, it's what Michael Twyman, the type historian, would have said, a variegated family. As in, it's very varied. Some of the design features includes kind of weight. The idea is about making it as heavy as possible without compromising the design. So it's heavier really than a bold in a sense. And the styles, the designs will just keep going. Right now there's 4, but I want to do everything in 12s because I'm quite into this duodecimal system for reasons it would take too long to explain at the moment. It comes in 4 sizes from 8 Cicero up to 20 Cicero. This is pictured here in the box that maybe during the coffee break people are very welcome to take a look at. This is 20 Cicero, so largest. Each size is designed for its optical size. 8 Cicero is heavier, wider, thicker joins. And these are just nice pictures I thought I'd put in. And then this is a little bit to explain what Paweł was talking about earlier with the grid system for Ciceros, that everything fits into a, not only the height, but the width fits into a kind of Ciceronian system. Yeah, there we go. So as I said, there's 4. There's at least another 4 I'm working on at the minute. And in theory, 12, 24, 36. Get bored one day, who knows? Of course, there's a little website. This is a mini site that will be attached to eastoferome.com when it launches in a week or 2. And it looks like an actual type foundry. Like you go, oh yeah, where do I buy it? And then you have to go and get wood. Like actually put in your address to get it sent to you. You know, so yeah. Anyway, there we go. That's the types. So last thing, there are some posters that I printed already. Anyone's welcome to take one. I'll lay them out a little bit on the table, and if you want to take a look at the sort of 20 Cicero, there's a range of the current 4 types, just a few random letters and stuff. And then, yeah. There we go.
Yeah, we have always time for questions and comments. So you're very welcome.
How much per letter? Or how do you sell them?
How do I sell? I don't know what the price will be.
It's out, we have a set, you buy a box, so depending on how big and how many letters.
That's true, yeah. So the sets I got cut, I sort of made sure I'd like 4 letter E's, but only 1 X, you know. So it's working like that, really. Yeah, so it would depend on the needs, I suppose, then, because then it's literally the quantity of the.
What is the character set?
Character set at the moment will be basic Latin, and then there's Estonian attached to it. In theory, there could be other characters on request. There would be just a matter of drawing them and just having them mocked up in CAD. So, yeah, that's totally possible.
Yeah. What about Zoom? Do we have anybody on Zoom?
No.
No.
They're all quiet on Zoom, I can see.
Well, then I can take over. So maybe it's a little bit like philosophical question, but when you were presenting like this idea of hybrids, because maybe when you look into the history of letters in general, we often see these hybrids because like uppercase letters, lowercase letters, they were separated, and we kind of like joined them together. Cursive was something else, but now we sort of like often consider them as like a part of the same like the same object. So like what would be your like point of view onto this? Like are we actually working with clear forms, and like how can we distinguish between hybrids and clear forms in this case?
Well, I know from practically working, like from starting on this project and understanding the design constraints, that it it's changed something in my head from working just with digital type, wherein in a design space in a glyphs file or RoboFont, whatever, you've got, as many different kind of iterations, and everything feels like it can stick together. And then now with variables and everything has to interpolate. So it all sort of feels like it's all stuck together. Whereas with this, suddenly there's incredible, it's quite limited in the sense of what widths and height and weight and like the material and things, but the actual style, because they're just individual styles that don't have to have any link, they feel more unique in my head. But then obviously stylistically they're not. I mean, some of these are quite very, very close to iterations of existing sort of style designs that I've adapted. So yeah, I don't know, maybe there's no such thing as a kind of pure everything's a hybrid, isn't it, in one way or another. There's nothing new in type design. I don't think. Yeah. A letter A is a letter A, unless they come up with new letters, I suppose. People
Talk
do.
a little bit more about the design of how you approach design in bold typeface within this specific sort of set of parameters with the brief that you have in a way, the type cooker that you have, more the qualities of what a grotesque.
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
So the connections between what a grotesque typeface is like historically, and how you approach that when you're making a very bold typeface,
something heavy
within these parameters.
It sort of seems to me that, especially with like Gothic type, it's much more illustrative, and it matters less whether it's red. It's kind of more the feeling it gives you. It's not trying to teach you anything necessarily. It's just shouting at you, and this lends itself to bold. Bold is always about shouting. It's about telling you information. There's who was it? There's big type design agency from London, all over the place. Anyway, they designed Dalton Mark. They designed the typeface for the British government, which is used on like gov.uk site and stuff like this. They tested italics in this. This is a story I've heard. They tested italics in the typeface, and whether users would respond to it when they're being told, because you just go on the website to like renew your passport or find out about local elections or whatever. But italic was too friendly. It's demotic and it's telling you what to do. They needed to get short amounts of information over extremely fast. So there's two weights. It's just regular and bold. And bold is to be used very sparingly, and it's just about saying, no, go there, do this then. There's an emergency leave. It's just like, it's that simple. So anytime you get in it, like I think with any kind of typography, heavier weights are always just going to have more kind of urgency, less nuance, and certainly that's also some of the thing with it, like these hybrid Gothic types. It does sometimes feel, what the one in particular called Ruin, I've done there's a few examples in the box of, and it kind of feels like there's about 4 alphabets in there that are just somehow been all stuck together and somehow it works. I'm not quite sure why, but it's very close to William Morris's Troy types. So actually, when in London, I showed a little bit of the development of this one, and asked questions from the audience about what I should do with certain letters. So and that just feels like it's just stuck together. It's like almost randomly stuck together. There's no coherence to it. It's just about decoration.
Okay. Yeah, I have a question about your process, really. Type design. It connects a little bit to this project, but more generally, a lot of typefaces that you design, I have the feeling, are very freeform in a way, and not in a bad way, so don't take it wrong, but they can, for example, contain shapes that other designers might polish very quickly, or say they're like a bit naive, like the kill your darlings idea, and you consciously rightfully so, leave it and make it kind of a
Yeah, yeah.
statement. So just, I guess I just wanted you to elaborate a little bit on that. What's your thought process behind this very often?
Stare at something till it looks right. And then if it still has a mistake in it, you go, ah, whatever, that's just part of it. Well, not a mistake. I mean, like, hopefully I've not published something that has like some awful kink in it, you know, or some like really obvious, terrible like design flaw. But yeah, you know, it's that sort of idea of visual texture that you could just, if you just iron something so flat, it loses all its life.
Yeah.
You know, it can really help to do slightly odd things, I think. Yeah. But and also sometimes I've worked fast. I know I sent the first files I sent to you. Like,
That wasn't
yeah. That was me working fast, and there was definitely a couple of mistakes in there, especially with. And I didn't realize how much that would affect the machine. You know. It's like, okay, no, I can smooth that out then.
Yeah,
that would
for example, like in the text typeface that you use for this presentation, there's like an A that is like really wonky.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like if you want to go all the way back.
And
back here. All right, okay. The A there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's just sort of trying to be weird for the sake of being weird. Yeah. That's the typeface called Based. I just released for Sansa. Yeah. Yeah, the whole thing has got these odd angles inside it. Yeah, so I'm just trying to be interesting. Don't know. There's a million sans serifs in the world, so you got to do something different. Yeah.
But it also goes back to your like definitions, historical of the word Gothic.
Mm-hmm.
I think this like idea of a free form, you know, that is constantly changing.
Right. Yeah.
I actually have a question also about your process in that aspect. It was like the linguistic conundrum that appealed to you first, or did you?
More the linguistic conundrum.
Yeah. So and then you.
Well, yeah, it was a linguistic like when I'd done the variable font, I was aware of the Gothic thing.
Yeah.
Like, and then later on, when I read The Nymph and the Grot, James Mosley's essay on the origins of sans serif, I was like, oh, that's what he's describing, this same kind of thing. And then, yeah, it really kind of felt like there were lots of different, the same road led to this, different paths led to the same place. It was, yeah, the linguistic thing came first before the styles. Yeah.
Anybody else wants to comment, or maybe you, Lewis, you want to add something?
No, as I say, I'll put some posters out if people want to. You're welcome to take one, and yeah, you have a look at some of the letters. Help yourself.
Thank you. Small gift for you.
Oh,
yeah. So now we are gonna have a coffee break. We have time till 4 o'clock. But I suggest also let's use this time for taking photos. And we would like to have 3 kinds of photos. One is like our Constellation research team. Second, speakers, and third, everybody's welcome to the photo, because I think we can do that. Maybe.
Work backwards and start with everyone.
Yeah, maybe let's start with everyone, then you can drink coffee, watch.
So first photo, then everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a wedding. It doesn't feel affected.
So if you want to be in the photo, then I suggest let's use this background. Very crossrays.
Okay, so everyone online, unfortunately, you won't be in the photos, but we'll see you at 4 o'clock. Hi everyone online. We are just about to start. So again, if you're watching online, just keep yourself muted, and if you have any questions, put them in the chat.
Yeah, so we are starting our final part of the conference with 2 more presentations, and the next speaker is Julia Syrzistie. So she's an artist and printmaker based in Helsinki. Julia holds an MFA in printmaking from the Academy of Fine Arts in Helsinki in 2024, and BA Cons in Communication Design from Glasgow School of Arts 2019. With a background in both fine art, printmaking, and graphic design, Julia's practice encompasses printmaking, particularly letterpress printing, research into the history of print, and the creation of artist books and publications. Please, Julia, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. I'm just gonna check if it looks. Yeah, I think you just need to be there now. Yeah, okay. So yeah, my disclaimer is that I am not a type designer. So yeah, as Danila mentioned, I have a background in both printmaking and graphic design. And over the years, I realized that what bridges the two together for me is letterpress specifically. And I mostly work with design for printmaking, as well as researching the history of print in a kind of studio-based resulting practice, and in particular letterpress and kind of the micro histories which you can find when kind of digging deeper into specific areas of letterpress. So over the last couple of years, I've been exploring the idea of text-based work as a carrier of meaning through a visual rather than a communication-based lens. Sorry, I'll try to get the... Oh, nope. Nope. No. Maybe that will look good. No. Okay. Well, it's just gonna be there. Yeah, as a carrier of meaning through a visual rather than a communication-based form, with a particular interest in ornamentation and decorative aspects of typography, handwriting, and lettering. And I'm going to start the presentation with my master's thesis project called Rendered Illegible, which was on display at the Fine Arts Academy in Helsinki in 2024 as part of my master's exhibition, and since then has been in a couple of exhibitions, including the Nordic Letterpress Network exhibition in Stockholm, which Charlotte was also part of. The project started off with my ongoing interest in decorative wood type and a desire to understand its origins. And after having consulted my personal letterpress icon and my former lecturer / technician, Edwin Pigstone from Glasgow School of Art, he suggested that I explore the very origins of decorative wood type within the context of industrialization and industrialization in Great Britain. And he directed me towards the lettering scholar Nicolette Gray, who wrote a book called 19th Century Ornamental or Ornamented Type. And that kind of led me to just browsing lots of type specimen books from that era. And what I found particularly was Tuscan type with words that I can never pronounce, bifurcated and trifurcated. Is that how you say it? I don't know. Serif type, such as the examples here. And what resulted was a collection of 26 shapes resembling letter forms, which worked as an invented alphabet. And the whole display was about 6 by 2.5 meters, and it included both prints, drawings, and matrices that I've worked to print the prints with. And these forms were not representative of the speech sounds of any language, but instead expanded and reimagined the idea and the purpose of written communication. Rendered illegible was created by abstracting parts of these intricate letter forms found in type specimen books and kind of combining them together to then create new shapes. In particular, references for me were the Voynich manuscript, Schubing's Book from the Sky, or Hildegard of Bingen's Lingua Ignota. Yes, and here you can see some of the process pictures. I think within my work, the process is particularly important for me, and often as important as the final work. And while I do usually tend to work with initial research, the physical act of printing is also equally as important as the kind of contextual side to my work. So as you can see here, the prints and drawings and matrices varied in size quite significantly. I also, after the exhibition, I also made a publication, which I'm happy to pass around. Unfortunately, I just have one copy left. And I think in my work, it's kind of working with both a fine art and design context. It's important for me to kind of reach different audiences. And while the exhibition was in a very kind of fine art context, I wanted to make this publication to be able to show in book fairs and in independent bookshops. And this included working with leftover prints from the process of printing the exhibition work. And for example, the middle spread of the publication varies with each copy of the publication, so you kind of get an original print, and then the rest is reso and screen printed. And what I realized with this project that then kind of led me to realize that about most of my publication projects is the fact that this also works as a very abstracted type specimen book as well, which seems to be kind of like a common thread throughout different projects of mine. I will also show a project called Recast, which I worked on quite a while ago in 2019. It started with my interest in the history of Dove's type, which some of you might be familiar with. But in case you're not, Dove's press was set up, was a private press based in Hammersmith, London, founded by, don't remember what his name is, but surname is Cobden Sanderson, together with his partner, Emery Walker. And I guess at that time, with printing becoming more and more commercialized, Cobden Sanderson was very worried about what would happen to his type called the Dove's type, which he used for fine printing, for example, printing the Bible. And being worried about what would happen to it after his death, he decided to destroy it by chucking it into the river. He created a special suitcase which had like a sliding bottom, and he carried a suitcase every evening for about a year or 2 years and threw it into the river. So overall, he destroyed 1 ton of type. And then fast forward to 2014, one graphic designer, I think because it's been a while, I kind of forgot the details, but I think his name was Robert Green. One graphic designer got so preoccupied with the idea of the possibility of the type still being on the riverbed that he got a diving team to search for it, and they found 20-something pieces of metal type, and he then digitized it into Dove's font, which I worked with for this project. So yeah, initially I created a series of sculptures that the idea was to kind of visually respond to this narrative of the story by using, yeah, as you can see, kind of natural elements together with wax and resin. But as the story felt kind of incomplete, solely told through a visual lens, I decided to collaborate with 2 writers, a poetry and a prose writer called Sarah Smith and Eloise Birtwistle. And together we collaborated on a publication which explored the story through multiple perspectives. For example, Sarah wrote kind of a 1-page story from the point of view of different characters. So from Cobden Sanderson's point of view, from his wife's, from the graphic designers, and from his partner. We actually sent 1 copy to the graphic designer, but we never heard back. So assuming he might not have liked it, but maybe he did. Yeah, and the whole book was set in the digitized version of Dove's type, and kind of also in the layout resembled the way that Dove's press would print most of its books. It also included some screen printed elements together with digital images. This was kind of the initial trial of trying to recast type in small pieces of type in resin and in wax. And in the middle you can see the what I used to make the molds with. And my next project, which is an ongoing project, is called Ornamental Patterns. The project began while I was doing an internship with a letterpress studio in Helsinki called SO Helsinki. And I guess I am quite drawn to, I guess we've been talking and hearing a lot about type today, but for me, specifically, what interests me is the idea of a letterpress studio and all the tools and forms that are available that are not necessarily the type itself. And I think one of those is type ornaments and borders, which I feel like, especially in a current context, don't have as much use and attention as historical type might do. So I decided to make a publication, and I've also got some copies of the latest one, which around since it's very small. So yeah, this project basically focused on trying to explore that particular letterpress studio's ornament drawer, and I find that often with ornaments, it's quite hard to make them look more contemporary. So I think one of the aims of this project was to try and make something that would feel like a relevant object for a more contemporary, maybe a younger audience to have and to see a value in. And yeah, basically I kind of have a preset kind of system that I work with. This second edition was printed at Typa, where I also spent 1 year volunteering. And while I was doing my master's, I went back and printed the second edition of Ornamental Patterns. And I think now that I've printed 3 editions of the publication, what also interests me is how different the collections are visually. And while, for example, the last one, which is now being passed around, is easily traceable. This one was printed at London Centre for Book Arts earlier this year, and their collection is, yeah, like you can go to the library, find a type specimen book and easily trace its origins, and also its origins are kind of relevant to the location in which they're found. But for example, the one in SO Helsinki, the owner of the studio imported most of his type from Germany and France, like maybe 10 or 15 years ago. So yeah, I guess my aim with this project is to continue on working in different studios to create new editions, and similarly to my master's, to render it legible and to recast. I feel like all of these do kind of act as kind of very abstracted type specimen books as well. How are we doing time-wise? 10 minutes. And this project is not particularly my favorite, but I thought I would mention it because that's something that I worked on while I was in Typa for 1 year, and diacritics have been mentioned quite a lot throughout the day-to-day, and I guess at the time when I was volunteering there, Jürgen didn't have his CNC machine yet. and it was kind of impossible to work with wood type that was categorized as kind of museum, what's the word? Yeah, museum items. So I worked with what was available and kind of tried to concentrate on different, again, rather than the letter forms themselves, kind of shapes that are categorized as wood type but are not letter forms themselves. So for example, yeah, diacritical marks or full stops. Yeah, here's some images of the publication, and yeah, I also made a series of prints where the letters were printed in white and the diacritics in black, which was exhibited at Typa at the end of my volunteer time. And here are some patterns as well, printed from different full stops that I found. Yeah, and I think that is probably it. I think to round up my presentation, I guess within my practice, it's one of the aims of my practice is to kind of combine historical research and working with historical material, but giving it sort of a platform through a contemporary art practice. And I think it's quite a nice way of maybe slightly shifting the audience. I think I've been thinking about this idea that printmakers are kind of the underdogs of the fine art world, and then letterpress is the underdog of printmaking. And then ornaments are like the underdog of letterpress. So yes, thank you.
Very beautiful works, very beautiful works, and very beautiful presentation. But we are open to questions and comments. Please, wants to start? Yes, please.
How big were the dove sculptures?
One of my issues was that I wanted to replicate the actual type in its original dimensions, but then I realized they would be extremely long, because I guess the way type is shaped is usually quite.
So you wanted to enlarge them, but then they would be very.
Yeah, they would be very long, so I kind of just cut them. So they were approximately maybe 8 by 12. Yeah, around that size. Yeah.
Also, thank you for the presentation.
Thanks.
Yep. I have a question online. But also, yeah, thank you. What is awesome. Angie Butler online says, thank you for a great talk, Julia. Your color choices are interesting and how that has changed through with projects. Can you share with us a bit about your selection and use of color in your work?
Yeah, so particularly with my master's work, which I'll try to, maybe I'll start off with the fact that the reason I don't like this last project is because someone who works for Google told me that it looks like Google, like the Google logo, and now I can't unsee it. So I wish I did. I didn't do that. But yeah, I think color is a really important part of my work. With this particular publication, which was printed at London Centre for Book Arts, I wanted to also reflect the identity of the place itself, and they have an amazing kind of branding and use of color within their studio. So I thought that was quite fitting, a fitting choice. But with my master's exhibition, one of the things that we've discussed in like a seminar was that I probably could have made this whole project in black and white. But I think because of my focus on ornamentation and decorative aspects of typography, color feels like another layer of within that topic. And I think there's a lot more interaction between the different artworks than if it was monotone. And yeah, I think I'm kind of outside of my letterpress work. I'm just interested in color in general. So it feels like, working with different color combinations is something that I do in itself. I hope that answers the question.
What are you working on right now?
So right now, after this exhibition, I was contacted by Helsinki Art Museum about making a proposal for a public art commission, which took 2 years to actually start working on. But next, I will be designing a series of sculptures for the first Finnish and Swedish speaking school in Helsinki. It's like a primary and partially a secondary school. And I've been researching the history of handwriting in Finland, and I'm planning on making kind of patterns based on my research. So it's still in its early phases, but that's kind of going to be my big project for the next 2 years.
Just a comment that I appreciate that you also printed the backgrounds for the illegible project. If I understand correctly, you have also matrices for the
yes, yeah. So
show the close-ups, and they give this very nice texture. It's the fact that both surfaces are printed, that's somehow very very cool.
Yeah, I can't show it with so basically I think this one is a print and this is the original laser cut plywood, and then I think this one's the only one I can reach, but these are kind of sculptural elements, and I think sculpture is also something that I've never trained in, but I kind of go back to every now and then, because for me letterpress is also very much about the objects that you work with, and there's like a sculptural element to wood type in itself, and metal type as well.
Well, maybe I also say something I must. I think thank you for bringing artistic perspective into our conference. It's also important for us, to like our subject is complicated and should be observed from different angles. So thank you that you work with letterpress and letters and ornaments, and I agree with you that ornaments are often overlooked, and that's also like in our project we see, first of all, we observe typefaces, and like these ornaments, they kind of stay for as a decorative element. But also like speaking about underdogs, like are you familiar with Arne Mesikap works? Did you see them? You would like them because this is an example of where different typographic elements are used for artwork. So are you coming tomorrow as well?
Yes.
So I will prepare his work. So everybody who will be invited tomorrow, you will see. They are quite provocative, but interesting ones. So yeah. But actually, I have another question. Maybe I understand that you made about this project. You made these matrices in different sizes. So you had matrices for the same letter, but in different sizes. But was it difficult for you to sort of like scale them? How exactly did you manage to do that?
So I worked, because I am not a type designer, I worked with Illustrator to create my shapes. And they were kind of some of them were quite unpolished. So after being laser cut, I also kind of was debating whether I should go with CNC or laser cutting, but just because of time pressure, I decided that laser cutting would be a better option. And yeah, in terms of scaling, it was just yeah, working with Illustrator gives you that possibility quite easily. Yeah, I also initially I tried hand carving the pieces, but yeah, after I carved one, I realized that that's not gonna happen.
Any more comments, questions, suggestions? Yes, please.
I really like how, in a way, we're looking at type specimens and how they can be formed. This really expands it in a playful way for the ornaments one. So would you be sort of interested in continuing, like, you know, the format of the type specimen in your work that you kind of here in future projects?
I think so, yeah. I was even considering kind of expanding on this project itself. Yeah, but I'm kind of trying to figure out still which areas are the ones that interest me the most. Yeah, I think also maybe a collaboration with someone who knows more about actually, yeah, the technical sides of such a project would be beneficial. Yeah.
So I don't know, maybe do you want to add something?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and we can start with Ivar Sakk's presentation a bit earlier. So Ivar is a designer and design historian based in Tallinn. He graduated from the Stark Art Institute in the field of industrial art in 1986, following which he worked as a freelance graphic designer in the offices of Graf, Wall Design, and Sakk and Sakk. Ivar has taught at the Estonian Academy of Arts since 2003 and served for many years as the department head and professor from 2005 to 2015. In 2012, Ivar received his PhD in graphic design from ICAR, and he wrote a dissertation on the history of typography and published work A kuni Z. It's like from A to Z. And Ivar won bronze medal at the 2013 Best Book Design from all over the world competition for this work. And Ivar's design has appeared on the pages of Novum, Graphics, and Communication Arts. And his articles on design have been published in Sirt, Est Express, Estonian Art, Kunst.ee, and Typo. His posters have been exhibited at numerous exhibitions around the world and are included in the collections of Victoria and Albert Museum, Toyama Art Museum, Moravian Gallery, Warsaw Postal Museum, Lahti Art Museum, Colorado State University, and others. Please see that.
If it's okay, I just bring this over. This. Maybe I can leave this here. Sorry, everyone online. Just working this out. Okay. Will this work? I think I have to bring it over here. Will it stretch? Is that working? Just. Just because that is here behind you. So what's it? Okay, so now if you just, it's behind you. You have to tap on this one. Just because online we're on the yeah, you're changing. Okay.
So I'd like to give you a little overview of the printing scene and the type using in the First Republic. And as this topic is quite new for me, so Estonian listeners, if you know more than I do, then add something if it's possible. And I was astonished how rich and dense was the printing scene in these times. Here was plenty of printing houses, altogether 72. Some of them were big, mainly in the bigger cities. Some of them were small, with a hand setting and some one printing press. But the biggest one were here in the old town. There was a street, big tänav, translating Long Street, which was quite a fleet street of ours. So there were plenty of publishing houses, newspaper editorial offices, and also the printing houses. Sometimes they gathered together, and this was one of the biggest ones. Tallinna Eesti Kirjastusühistus, so it's Tallinn Estonian Publishing Society, which has a printing and lithography and also editorial offices for the magazines and newspapers. Main newspaper was the daily newspaper in Estonian Päevaleht, and the house was built in 1923 by the architect Artur Perna, and as it was too small, only 6 stories, they bought the neighboring plot also, and there they built one more house in the 1936, and the architect was Eugen Habermann. So this one is kind of late Art Nouveau, but the new plot was totally functionalistic. After the communists arrived, they nationalized all this complex, and this name was Communist. So another one was also on Big Street, Ühiselu, if translated Life Together. And I think it's one of the biggest houses in our old town, 8 stories, too much, I think. And there was also newspaper editorial office and the big printing house. Also, Artur Perna in 1923 and an additional wing from the 1925. And it's also takes all this plot from the Big Street to Sulevemägi Street. And just 2 houses further, there was a complex which name was Vaba Maa, free land. And it took also several houses from this old buildings. And after communism, it was named Red Star. And there was also the newspaper editorial office, and the newspaper name was also Vaba Maa. And not far from here, it's visible from the window, the yellow one was the big printing house which was established by the state in the 1919. And it was a big enterprise for the printing of official papers and banknotes and postal stamps and lottery tickets and so on. It's still standing here, but not printing house anymore, as the houses of Old Town. Also, there are expensive flats nowadays. And how I get some information, there were available specimens or the examples of typefaces from the several printing offices, but unfortunately I didn't find any catalog of the producer, so I can only guess which one was produced by some type foundry. And a lot of black letter typefaces were available at that time. Every printing house has several, not only one, but several of them. And the variety was really wide. Merian-Fraktur, Stuttgarter Fraktur, Block-Fraktur, Gutenberg Fraktur, and so on and so on. This example is from Berthold Foundry, and this name is Mainzer Fraktur from the 1901. And this is a kind of, the Germans named it Luthersche Schrift, Luthersche Gottische Schrift. Maybe in English it could be the Lutheran black letter. So regular, traditional, and not very exceptional, but also there were examples of black letter which had a hint of Art Nouveau, as this Jäcker Fraktur from foundry David Stempel, and also Rediviva Fraktur from the foundry Benjamin Krebs from Berlin. These are much more wide and not so mechanical as the traditional black letter typefaces were. There was available also the wooden letters, wooden black letters. And this was something new for me because I never saw the wooden black letter before. And as you see, the wooden black letter also have a Cyrillic face also. This very near, very bright one. Tom? So, good example of using letter, black letter was in 1923 when publishing house Varrak started to publish books of Edward Wilde. he's kind of our 19th century classic. And it was strange that Edward Wilde by himself could choose the typeface. And of course, he chose the letter, black letter. And it's very rare that there was an impressum or colophon where said that this Varrak publishing house in Tartu took the paper from the Johansson paper plant from Tallinn and took the black letter Stuttgarter Fraktur from Berthold from Berlin. And also the photo of Edward Wilde was made in Berlin. And the photo was printed by Bernhard Dietrich in Leipzig and so on. And Edward Wilde, as the modern man, chose the modern letter, black letter. And if you to compare that, I remember that in 1915 in London, Bernhard Shaw also chose the special typeface for his plays, and he chose old, good English typeface, and this was Caslan. But Edward Wilde chose Stuttgarter Fraktur from Berthold Foundry, and all this project was very long, more than 10 years. This publishing house Varrak was in bankruptcy, so the work continued. The work was continued by another publishing house, Loodus in Tartu, but as they don't have the same they didn't have the same black letter anymore, so they chose the Berthold's Fraktur, which is kind of this normal or traditional Fraktur. And the publishing houses were also very active. Some of them established their own printing houses, as this Loodus in Tartu, and also some of the ones in Tallinn, as the Vaba Maa publisher has also its own printing house. Some examples more from this plenty black letters. His Kaufhaus Fraktur designer is Hermann Hoffmann, and also from the Berthold, and the year is 1908. Berthold is the nearest foundry to Estonia, because after he had filials or the branches in Vienna and Stuttgart, they also established the branch in St. Petersburg. So the Berthold's typefaces were available and widely used. Here is Hermann Hoffmann's block, kind of the Art Nouveau soft typeface. And another Art Nouveau typeface which was popular was Ella by Ludwig Wagner from Norddeutsche Gießerei. Norddeutsche Gießerei was in Hamburg. And also the Art Nouveau typeface from the Berthold Herold, also by Hermann Hoffmann, was very often used. Distinctly Art Nouveau hint is here, and mainly newspapers and posters. This was the field for this Herald typeface. Some of Art Nouveau typefaces are just gone to the past. No information I didn't find about this secession, which was also popular, even I didn't know where it was produced. And from this Karlsbad typeface, I know only this was also production from the Berthold foundry. Also, Wilhelm Wöllmer foundry from the Berlin was active, selling its typefaces here in the Baltics, and this is Admiral. We saw it previously in Latvia, in Lithuania, I think. So we have the common past. And one typeface with Art Nouveau look is Bravour by Martin Jacobi Boy, which is produced by David Stempel. And with this wide face, it was popular, especially in the advertising and the posters and the titles of the books and newspapers. There are special decorated pieces also. But the Bravour has also the normal face, and they used even in the long texts kind of Bravour, but I think it's too, I'd say, talkative for the long texts. Very popular was Sorbonne, also Berthold, and it's was released in 1905. And if you look at strictly, it's very similar to the American type founders typeface Cheltenham, which was released by ATF in 1894, and author was Bertram Goodhue. So I think that this Sorbonne by Berthold, it's kind of the clone or copy from the Americans. Some Art Nouveau typefaces are just examples. No information is available. Here is Wilhelm Wollmer's Wollmer Antiqua. I don't know the date and the author of that, but it was also popular at that time. So I named some type foundries. All these were German type foundries because the historical connections with Germany were very strong. And exception was the Berthold who established this branch in St. Petersburg. I'm not sure, but it was 1901. And after that, when in 1918, after the Russian Revolution, the communists confiscated all this equipment and the house, Berthold moved to Latvia, to Riga, and established in 1918 the new branch. And it was active until 1935. After the economical crisis in the beginning of the 30s, it was not available to keep it more. But Berthold is just alive nowadays also, I think, not making typefaces anymore. Popular was also Schriftguss from the Dresden city, which Super Grotesque and Candida were available here in the type scene, but also the nearest places to the Baltics, as Gensch and Heise in Hamburg, or this David Stempel in Frankfurt. Even Gebruder Ringspoor from Offenbach, its typefaces were also available. So I was astonished how long the list was and how they choose these typefaces from the existing foundries, because nearly all these were present in the Estonian printing market. As I said, Berthold was the main one, and as there was not available any Berthold's catalog, so I only guess that mainly the Berthold's typefaces came from Riga, because it was the nearest place to obtain the metal type. Also, Berthold in 1910 was the biggest foundry in the world. Here it's Berlin, Wien, St. Petersburg, Stuttgart, Riga, but they have also the branches in Leipzig and Budapest. So it was really, it bought the smaller foundries and made them members of their network. Also, Gensch and Heise from Hamburg was active on the Baltic market. And as a curious fact, the Gensch and Heise produced typeface which name was Baltisch, with Baltisch, some kind of a mix of German black letter and some Antiqua, but I had not any example that it was used here in our editions or books or newspapers. Also, Schelter and Giesecke from Leipzig was one of the sources of obtaining typefaces, and very famous was David Stempel from Frankfurt am Main, and this was the only foundry in Germany which was connected with the linotype machines. So all these typefaces for the linotype came from the Stempel's library. One Berthold's typeface which author is unknown is Accidents Grotesque from the 1896. And here is the example how Mertla Arman, one of the artists of the beginning of the century, used it designing the catalog of the artists. And this one was named the Book of the New Art. And as the interesting fact is that in 1935, Theo van Doesburg, who was the member of the style artists community in Netherlands, published article in the magazine The Form, where he said that the examples of the new independent states from the Baltic are very good examples of the using of the new typefaces. This was exception. Here was another scene, so the kind of using accidents grotesque was not very common. But Märt Laarman used it even more. Here is another catalog of the art exhibition, and this is used the extended version of this accidents grotesque, and it was very popular because I think they loved the tranquil image of this modernist typeface. So also all the additional material from the typesetter's box, as this metal lines were used to give the printing material this kind of structure. One more extended sans serif was Industria, in German Industria, from foundry Emil Gursch from Berlin, and its author is Hermann Senfund, and also this one was quite popular, mainly in the advertising and the magazines, quite similar to this Accidents Grotesque extended, but just a little bit more romantic. Erbar Grotesque was one of the sans serif typefaces, the modern sans serif typefaces, and it was obtained from the Ludwig and Meyer foundry. And another sans serif was Super Grotesque from the Schriftguss, and nowhere was used Futura. I don't know the reason, but mainly I think that the Bauer's Gießerei or the Bauer foundry went too much money for the just newborn sans serif. As I mentioned, Super Grotesque from Schriftguss was widely available and used. Super Grotesque and Erbar Grotesque, yeah, quite similar, but in details not the same. And the Schriftguss in Dresden was also the source of the obtaining Candida, also typeface from Arno Drescher. After the Second World War, the Schriftguss was bombed so heavily that half of the factory was in ruins, and in the communist time in the East Germany, they bought it, they built it a little bit bigger, but it was only foundry in Eastern Germany which was available, which was active because all the another were bombed down. So this Super Grotesque was kind of the Deutsche Demokratische Republik's corporate identities. Memphis from the David Stempel was also widely available, and as it was a new kind of the typeface, so called slab serif, it was the first slab serif in the world, which was Stempel's creation. So another typeface is the same kind, slab serifs I didn't find in the menus of our printing houses. Here is the example how Stempel used it as the example of the new typeface. So one of the very widely used typefaces was Latin or Latinish from Berthold, Römisch, Romanisch from the another type foundries, and in French type foundries it was named as Romana, and so you can't say that one is the original and another is a copy, because it was so common everywhere. But Karavond by David Stempel was one of the ones which was suited to this linotype machine. So it was how it say Stammgäst in our printing houses. So every printing house has the linotype machines. For example, this Estonian Tallinn's publishing society has 12 linotype machines, but here in the land or this country was only one monotype machines, and it was in this state printing office, as I know. Augustea was very popular. Here is the example from the Berthold from the 1905, but my opinion, the Augustea was also like this Romana or Latinish in the menu of the most type foundries in Germany. And nearly every printing house here used it for the longer texts, printing the novels, and also the special magazine from the printing workers also used this Augustea. But if you compare it to the Boris Fuller-Benton's Century from the American type founders, it very similar. So I think that maybe this Augustea is also kind of copy of this American typeface producers. And some words about the designers also. I find 4 of them which were interesting for me. One is Jaan Vahtra, who was very popular, and as a modernist used only 2 colors, black and red, and made this special typeface by hand. I think it's brush. If you see, this is slightly different. Sometimes this A was with triangular, but sometimes with horizontal stripe, and also some kind of M was sometimes pointed, sometimes wide, so it's not kind of mechanical reproduction And also Jan Vatra designed the block of the Estonian literature. Every pupil has to read it in school, and it's kind of the history of the Estonian people from the 19th till center of 20th century, but no illustrations, no rural landscapes, just only this Art Deco typeface, as you see. This novel from the inside, I didn't find the name of typeface, so it's kind of the Bookman, but it's not Bookman. Some German versions of Bookman, but really I don't know which one this is really. And all these Vatra's creation are quite like a series, but if you compare this handmade typeface, these are several differences also. Some clones of him, it's Peet Taren making kind of the same typeface on the book cover, but this inside is this Latinish or Römish or Romana, or after the communists took it over, it was named Literaturnaja. And one man more, McLuhan, who was making this Accidents Grotesque inside the artist catalog, draw typeface by brush or make it by hand, and he liked also the woodcut. So often his designs have inspired maybe Kirchner's expressionist book covers. So this McLuhan has several faces. If he uses the woodcut, all these letters are some kind of different from each other, but somehow they are quite fresh and not too formal, I think. And one man more, Ernst Kollom, designed a series of books. In English, it's Nordic novels. And he made a special typeface for this series. So you can find all these letters, all this alphabet on the covers, because there was more than 30 books in this series, and kind of Nordic typeface is, I think, that one. And all this period ended. Here is a cover of the printing workers' own magazine, Trükitööline, in translations, printing worker. And all these workers were quite happy and naive when the Soviets took the state over. And they even dreamed that now, in the new conditions, they have make their own printing museum, and they even printed the plan of the creating the printing museum. And of course, all it ended with terror, with the war, with the dark times. and the catastrophe. So the printing museum is just recent thing at our country. So that's all. I have one suggestion. If we are here, we can drop into the graphic art department's letterpress corner and look the equipment there. What do you think? Is it okay? So Liina can show us the way. It's not far from here.
Yeah.
Maybe there is time for questions or comments, or if anybody wants to. Yes, please, Liina.
Thank you, Ivar. I think your last image is so intriguing. I've never seen anything like this. Of course, I hate any depiction of Stalin, but I kind of like this one. I think it's really query, like having Stalin in like depicted in letterpress, it's somehow query his evil or kind of legitimating in a way. And I wonder what happened to the printing or who did it. I hope nothing bad.
I think it's not easy to make that kind of image. It's very difficult to use this metal pieces.
Absolutely sure that it's not socially realist. It's something totally else. And I hope it was in 1940, Estonia was just freshly occupied. So obviously maybe all the censorship and everything didn't work very effectively. Yeah, very interesting.
Anybody else want to ask? Lewis, did you raise a hand or? Yes, please.
Well, I would just like to thank you, Ivar, for identifying the typeface that I was questioning so easily. It's like interesting to see how the research between the Baltic regions can converge and collide. We have quite different examples of like the black letter, especially. I see the more black letter used here. But I'm curious about how you've structured the way that you are thinking about this sort of research of the German foundries and typefaces versus the more like hand-lettered cover letter designs that were made locally.
I tried to get information about Berthold in Riga and Googled in Latvian language and zero results. If you have some hint where to find some.
Very little I will share with you.
Okay.
The talking about black letter, may I also go up? So you mentioned that Wilde chose black letter for his publication. You said a modern typeface for a modern publication. Were you ironic about that, or were black letters still indeed, like in the first quarter of the 20th century, was it still considered something cool in Estonia?
There is fact that in 1930, 46% of the books were printed in black letter, and in 1940, nearly no book used the black letter. But this series of these books of this writer, there was 33 books, and the last one came in 1936 and still in black letter. I think this is a tradition, and also the poverty, because they didn't throw away the black letter metal pieces because they have to buy the new ones. And they were available and they used it until the end.
That's where we have legends. Some people believe that the black letters during the First World War they were cast into, imaginary bullets. so that whole lot of them, but that's kind of romantic story, not true, but
So then, I guess we can. First of all, Charlotte Syrzistie will make some announcements for the photo.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of close and then we'll go down.
Yeah, and then we can proceed.
Okay, so thank you everyone. It's been a really great day, actually, really exciting to see all the different talks from all the different areas and fields. So thank you everyone for coming. Thank you for your patience and listening. It's been, I know we've had a wide range of topics from a wide range of different fields. But I think in some ways it's really important that we connect in these small, I guess, stars, these small constellations. We connect all these fields together from all these different countries. So I wasn't sure how it would turn out when we were planning it, but actually it's been more than successful in how I feel on it. So I hope you all feel the same. I hope you go away and you've taken something new knowledge with you. I certainly have, and I hope it also demonstrates the need for us to work more together and connect this knowledge further. So, just a quick note, if you haven't heard already, tomorrow we're offering everyone a tour of Typer, demonstrations of some of the work that we've been doing, some of our work making types, some of our collections there, our archive, and our type that we have there as well. So if you want to come and you haven't received an email, just come and find me right now, and I can tell you more about how to come there. If not, you have my email address. Probably I've been in contact with you, and you're all welcome. It starts at 1:30 tomorrow, and it's kind of casual. It's just a chance to look around and kind of play and ask more questions and see. And if you don't make it, then come down another time and we'll be sure to show you around. But yeah, thank you to all of our speakers. Thank you everyone for attending. And yeah, thanks so much. And thank you to everyone online as well who joined us. I know we had quite a lot and everyone watched and
Cheers.
Bye. Indra. Great.